that when you say its name, you break it. Okay, anyone? Going one, going twice. It can be BOG if you want to. Do you know what BOG is? You can ask Mr. Google, bring out your gadget. Going one, going twice, going, gone. Not everyone with Mr. Gadget. Anyone? No? Silence. So fragile when you say something, you break the silence. Okay, good. I think, how many do we have? I think we almost have everybody in here. So let's start the ball rolling in terms of the topics that I have to cover. Okay, so topics that I have to cover, reliability, validity, and add on authenticity and fairness. Okay, when we talk about reliability, validity, I think these are the questions. These are the buzzwords. I think in the last 1 year, if not a little bit less, in situations in recent issues, for example, in SPM, when the SPM results were released some time ago, there were a lot of queries about the SPM results. Right? So you see here on the screen, there are snapshots of some of the issues or some of the concerns by the stakeholders, be it parents, even teachers, students, yeah, and stakeholders like us, the university. And there were concern about, or there were some concerns in relation to disbelief, to the effect of disbelief about the SPM results, because the Minister of Education at that time said that, you know, there was an improvement here, improvement there, and this disbelief.
Is the result valid then, Prof?
Yeah, so they question. So that's the thing.
Yeah, because
Question the validity. Yeah, so if you have children or you have, you know of what's happening in the results. So why were the stakeholders, or why were parents or even schools, why would be concerned? We talk about valid just now. What does that mean? Yeah. Improve SPM result despite pandemic. Why do we question that there is improvement? SPM got to do with the pandemic. There is this MOE should be transparent over SPM 2020 results. The education is saying. So again, there is another issue of disbelief. So why is it that we don't believe the results of the 2020? Somebody said about valid just now. Oh, that means the results are not valid. So what does it mean by results not valid? And how do we defend? How do they defend? How should we defend that your results or the results, SPM result, is valid? And what does valid mean? And I think in another situation, also this year, was about when after SPM came out. Of course, the aftermath, or what happens after SPM, is that all the school leavers are to enter the university. And the major requirement on top of the SPM result is the English language proficiency standing of the students. So in other words, there must be this MUAT results that is also produced in order to get into the universities. But what happened in the last, as we all know from our real experience, things had to be changed in terms of teaching and learning and also examination. So MUAT could not be conducted as planned in the last 1 year. So that affected the SPM leavers in such that there's certain cohort or certain students in certain parts of the country could not do MUAT. Okay? So there was this concern about as aspiring students losing a chance in higher education. That means cannot get into university without MUAT, because no MUAT result, the university is not going to take them. Okay.
Is it fair then?
Is it fair?
Is it fair then?
Yeah, is it fair? Is it because of that you're saying without the language proficiency result, they cannot enter the university? Is that fair? And why is it that it has to be used? Why is it a yardstick to determine whether the students, the post-secondary or diploma students can or cannot get into university? Is it fair? And some people question this. Maybe it's not fair. Let everybody go in. But there is a policy. The policy says to enter the university, you must have to get into a faculty. We have to produce the language proficiency of the students. And at one point, UUM was very afraid that they may not get students to any of the faculty because the students seem to be in MUAT Band 1 and Band 2, because there is this requirement that only MUAT Band 3 students can go into faculty straight away. So what's your reaction to that? We have this language policy also. There is a prerequisite that if you don't fulfill Band 6 in EPT, cannot get into the Kulliyyah. Is that fair? And how are you sure that getting MUAT 3 or EPT Band 6, they will be able to do well in the faculty? Okay. And then there's another one. Students in limbo at university applications held up over MUAT. So why is it such a powerful entity, the MPM, the Council, Majlis Peperiksaan Malaysia, who's the gatekeeper or the owner of SCPM and MUAT? Why is it in this pandemic, they didn't want to do the MUAT? Yeah, in the MCO, they didn't want to do there's no face-to-face. Why not do the computer-based test? Why not do an online MUAT? Yeah. But they held it up. They didn't want.
Yeah.
What's wrong with having MUAT, but online MUAT?
Online.
Yeah.
Same like our EPT, right? Now we are having online EPT exam. So how is it fair with the face-to-face?
How is it fair?
Is it fair? That is another question.
There is another question. Is it fair?
Yeah.
Or is it the same?
Is it the same? And then what about cheating?
What about cheating? Yes, I think we all for the last 3 semesters have to answer these questions. Yeah. So I think in order to make informed decisions and informed statement about situations like this, when you have to change examination from one mode to the other, or examinations are still conducted, but learning is online, examination is still conducted, and then the results show that all the students are doing very well, better than the pre-pandemic time. So
yes, correct, Prof. Actually, they are doing better. But how to justify that?
How to justify that? So to make that justifications, we have to have informed decision about what we say. When you commit a statement, you must know what you're saying. Okay? And I think that is the reason why it's very important to understand the principles behind this. Yeah? And what is this? These are the assessment, these are the testing. Okay? And in our situation, if I can share some of the things that happened in the last semester, yeah? When we presented the results to the Senate, and then the result all looked the same. And then when we presented to the Senate that, okay, remember we cannot have, most of our courses cannot have final examinations. Eh? And most of us change our final examination. The first semester, we were not very smart. We changed it into online tests. Many of us changed it to online tests. But then we discovered, oh gosh, wrong decision. because as you said just now, there's this element of cheating,
Yeah, cheating, a lot of cheating.
a lot of cheating. So what's with cheating? So what's with cheating in the results that we give them? So they cannot get the results because you feel that they cheat. So why not? You give the exam in online. Okay? In situations where we also see that there are some of us in the second semester and last semester, what we did was, okay, I want to be smarter. Now I know there's this element of cheating. So I won't want to have online tests, but I changed my final 40% to something else. 20% here, 20% this, 20% that, 10% here, 10% this. Okay.
But they can also cheat in that situation.
Then we found out, oh, okay, there are possibility of cheating. But we have to give the results to them. And then the results have to be published. The results will be counted in their CGPA. So can we believe the results represent the ability of the students? In another situation, after 3 semesters of running the semester in RTL, we also did lots and lots of survey. We also asked the students because we were struggling, we want to do this, then the results like that. When we do it like this, the results like that. So what did the students say? In most cases, for most of the Kulliyyahs, in the student survey about their RTL experience, many of the students in most of the Kulliyyahs actually say that they are very burdened by the assessment. We change here, we change that, you can check this. I'm sure all your deans will verify this. In all the survey, one of the top 5 issues of what highlighted by the students is that there's too many assessments. I'm so stressed out. Why? Because of the assessment. There's just not enough time. Not enough time for what? I have to do so many more assessments, tasks, projects, this and that, to make up that 40 marks or to get my 40 marks or to get my 100 marks as compared to the pre-pandemic time. Okay? So these things that are happening, we have to give attention to. We have to give attention to. So how do we make an informed decision about what changes we need to do in such that, if the students are all saying, most of them are saying, we're so burdensome, we feel so stressed. So we want to be fair to the students so that they don't feel more stress in the RTL semester as compared to before, because everything should stay the same, except for we're just doing it at home or from wherever we are. Yeah. But now all these other factors come in and assessment issues seems to be cropping up. One after the other, and it's not just a problem or an issue that we have to tackle at the university level, but it's also a nationwide issue. Okay, so therefore, I think to make statements, to make decisions, to come out together and think wisely what are the things that is best to do, to be fair to our students, to also also conduct quality assessment that really represent what the students can do or cannot do, or their ability. So in order to do that, we've got to understand the principles of assessment. And the principles of assessment that are very basic that all of us have to be reminded are the reliability, validity, fairness, and authenticity issues. Okay. So that's why I think, and that's the spirit I take that when I plan the flow of what we're going to do for the morning. So this is going to be the morning session. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is just having some discussions with you on issues, but along the way, we're going to revisit those principles, reliability principle, validity principles, yeah, and then go into the discussions on where you come from, what are those issues that you have in your course assessment, so that we can have better informed, we can make better and we can make informed decision about what we should be doing for next semester as far as our course assessment are concerned. Okay, so let me just go through, let me ask you, let's just take out one course, get it out from your screen on the desktop and look at your course assessment. Okay, and if you look at the course assessment, this is one of a typical look on the first page or the second page of your course outline. Okay, where we have to detail out the assessment method and then how many percent the assessment methods have to be weight, yeah? How much each of the method weighs. Okay, so as we all already know, because we have been doing this business for many years, we all know that, sorry, not yet, thank you. Sorry. So as we all know, these two components of your assessment methods are different from the rest. Okay, now we all should know that these two components of your assessment methods are different from the rest. Okay, similarly, if your course outline looks like this and it has the breakdown of the course assessment in which all the others are assignment, group work, classwork, blah, 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 but there's one end of semester examination, this is different from the rest. Okay, so my question is, what makes them different from the rest? The ones with the arrow. So why are these two different from the rest? In what ways are they different from the rest? And how is final examination different from the rest of the assessment? Okay, now, it's a question. So can we share some of your
those are individual assessment. They have to do it individually and not in group or in collaborative method.
Yes. Okay, that's a very good answer. That's a very good reply or comment. All of these, yeah, with the exception of quiz and end of semester, okay, quiz, all of these, assignment, case study, they are all done not on their own. Students get the marks by doing with a partner or in a group or big or small group. Okay, but there's no way they can share their work in the quizzes, nor can they share end of semester exam together with their friends. So that's why just now we question, how is it that cheating? There are many ways to cheat, right?
Yes, definitely.
Together, it's called cheating. In case study, can one student go to you and say, sir, I really cannot connect with my classmates. Can I do that project alone? Will you allow that student to do that?
Yeah.
One student comes to you and say, sir, I really cannot jive with the rest. They don't want me. I've tried my best to join the other groups, but they all don't want me. So will you tell him, okay, brother, you can do this project alone. You can do the case study alone. Would you allow that?
It depends on the learning outcome lah. What is spelled out in the learning outcome? Is it a group work? Is it an individual work?
Most probably, what would you think the learning outcome says?
Definitely, if it's a group work, basically, if video whatnot, then it cannot.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Most oftenly, yeah, the quizzes and end of semester, they are all traditional in nature. Okay, answer questions, and answer question must be done on their own. But coursework, assignment, case study, group work, there's so many other skills that we want to develop. Yeah, remember LO? So most probably your course will pick teamwork, collaboration, and all those things. So there's
leadership, communication skills.
communication skills. There's no way all this can be developed if they do it on their own. So who to collaborate with if you are doing on your own? The course outline say you have to develop collaborative learning and you have to develop teamwork, you have to develop leadership. We take that in the course. Okay? So that's something that we have to ask ourselves. Did we convert your end of semester exam from individual effort? Yeah. In the RTL, remember, we decided that after the second time doing it, okay, final exam, instead of doing exam online, make it to something else. So when you make it to something else, you have to bear in mind that the spirit of the final exam is different from the CAM, continuous assessment. Because continuous assessment, according to the LO, has more things that you want to develop. Yeah? Because in the principle of assessment, okay, some are designed for summative only. Some are designed for marks are sum up, but it is to help them, to inform them of their learning. So some are meant for formative and some are meant for assessment as learning, right? So this is where when we do the changes, we've got to go back to the principle. It's not to change because I don't want cheating. Okay? Then I put it as another project. But well, project, I just give them another group work.
It might not be summative then.
Yes, it might not be summative. It can be you because you have to give 40 marks. You make it summative, but then if it is another project work, then it doesn't follow the principle of the final exam. Because final exam is a test. The meaning of a test is standardized procedure that you want to make inference about the students. And it is meant to differentiate students. Exams are supposed to differentiate individual students. Okay? So examination, paper examination, answer questions individually. There's a different spirit from your CAM. So when you change your final exam to something else because of the RTL, because of the remote learning, and make sure whatever you do, it is following the same spirit or same principle. That is, they should be doing it because you want to know who is different from who's knowledgeable, who can do it, who cannot do at the individual level. Okay? So otherwise, you forego whatever your course outline say. Okay? So that principle of whether the assessment of learning, this is purely summative, or assessment for learning, there are some assessment here, for example, is meant for assessment for learning. Okay? For example, case study. In case study, we tick. There must be group work, so there is the skill of time management because you give only 8 weeks to do it or 6 weeks to do it. Then you also take teamwork and leadership. Yeah. So that's assessment for learning. You want them to learn to manage their time. You want them to learn together. You want them to learn to, what else? In case studies, sometimes you ask them to produce videos. So communicate. You want them to learn to develop their communication skill, whether verbal or written communication. So that's why you design it into a case study. Everybody has to do it. When they have to do it, they will develop those skills. And that is what is meant by assessment for learning. When they get the marks, as they get the marks, it is for summative. But more importantly, all those skills just now, like leadership, teamwork, communication, verbal communication, and written communication, maybe just formative because you just give them feedback. Okay, so that's the first principle about our assessment methods that we use. So any changes we do, we must first remind ourselves the principles behind the original assessment So when you want to change, make sure that we change that is following the same principle. Okay, now I open for comments and suggestion. So that is why no wonder when we probably possibilities that when we just change just to suit, you know, the RTL mode of teaching and learning, that's where we tend to give more work. Yeah, and that's why students are voicing this out, and those are valid issues that they raise. Yeah, and I think it is compulsory. It is wajib. Yeah, for all of us to do something about this so that we are not being fair to the students. We have to be fair to the students. Okay, comment? Anybody wants to say anything or add on to what I said?
Okay, Prof. Assalamualaikum.
Salam, yes.
Yeah, if that's the feedback that you get from students, I think we should listen to them because they are the young generation and they're going to face whatever going to come, right? I mean, maybe changes in the learning environment globally, not only in Malaysia but globally, and perhaps we should try to put more trust in them doing the individual assessment. You know, when they have to do individual learning. Although I also agree that there should be an element of group work and collaboration. But we also have to put that trust in them that they can actually do individually if they have to sit for individual quizzes or exams.
Yes.
That's my comment.
Yeah. Okay, yes, there are two things there. So once first one you said that, yeah, we have to listen to them. These are issues that they raise. Indeed, because following what is the effect of having too much work is their mental state of mind. Yeah. So for one course is burdensome that they have 5 or 6 courses in one semester. That can lead to their mental instability or emotional instability. Yeah, and in the spirit of Rahmatan lil Alamin and Sejahtera and humanizing this education that we are doing, yes, we have to listen to them. Okay? And we have to do something in such that we have to make sure that we're not doing things just because we want to. We have to do it, but following the principle and also ensuring that what we do is fair to the students.
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Yeah. The second thing is on that individual. Yes, indeed, there must be some assessment methods in which you want to give individual effort, or you want to make sure the points that they get is based on their individual effort. Simply because in real life, not everything is done together. So I want to know whether you can do, this and you know this on your own, not because you jump into the bandwagon with the others or you get it from the others. Okay?
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Is already catered for. Doing things together is 60%, but there must be 40%. Yes, okay. Waalaikumsalam. Sorry.
Saya tak apa, saya ingat ke mic saya. Can I give like a opinion?
Yes, please.
Okay, about that the one that you're asking just now. I think maybe when we design an assessment, the SLT, we have to realistically put it right, the actual what the time that the student will spend. And then the course coordinator for that semester need to sit together, or maybe the academic units to see, maybe because one course have one project, for example, assignment, and then 7 course, 7 assignment, and then sit together to make to do as best as possible. The deadline is not overlapping, for example.
Yes.
This is my opinion.
Yes. I think yes. Thank you for sharing. That is indeed the way forward. I think the KCA is trying to get this spirit going at the Kulliyyahs. When you said that you've got to make sure, because in our in the course outline for end of semester is a 2.5 hours exam, but the student learning time for final exam is 2.5 sitting down to answer question. But you add on, you say plus 6 hours of studying for the exam. Okay, so in other words, in the ordinary semester, end of semester exam for this course, for example, is 10 student learning time, because 2.5 sitting down writing the answering the question, another 6.5 hours is to study for the exam. So when we convert, yes, indeed, it's true. When you say this now, you have to go back to that principle of what the course outline say. So you can't give something that is more than 10 hours in terms of the effort that they have to put in, because original semester or the ordinary semester, ordinarily, and end of semester exam is just 10 hours of student learning. But if you give a project to replace your final exam, project maybe needs more than 10 hours because they have to discuss, they have to review the literature, Google here, Google there, meet with friends, so maybe ends up being 16 hours. So there, yeah, you know, there you see that, oh, then it's not equivalent. Therefore, the question of fairness. So in that semester, that way of assessing, replacing final exam with another project, one, it's not following that principle of one is assessment for learning and the other one is assessment of learning. Number two is that not fair in terms of the hours that the students will spend. And there to commensurate for the student learning time. Yes, thank you for highlighting that.
Can I ask?
Yes.
Yeah. Prof, thanks a lot for clear explanations. Can I ask a little bit more about metacognitive? Can you explain a little bit more? The third assessment that you have put on the slide. Metacognitive, something like that. Yeah, assessment as learning. Can you explain a bit more on something on that? Yeah.
Yes. So assessment as learning is when you give a task. Yeah, the task is not about just understand what they learned from the class and then they will do the task. Because in doing the task, there's so many other things that need to be used, need to be utilized in order to complete the task. And metacognitive involves all the other, cognitive is thinking, all the other thinking. So rationalizing, critical thinking, giving justification, making judgment, making decision, making comparison, and all the other things that involve more than just know or don't know. Tahu ke tak tahu? Kalau tahu, can do this. Kalau tak tahu, cannot do this. Yeah? And tahu from where? Know from where? Know from learning from your class. But in assessment for learning, it's not just about knowing what they learn from your class, but all the other aspects of thinking that may take into place, in which involve reasoning, justifying, even making judgment whether this information is an information I can use or I cannot use, or is this information valid or not valid that I can use in order to make whatever project or do whatever project. Okay? Or if I want to make a statement, can I just quote this person, quote that person? I have to think about, okay, which of these persons saying that I can use to support my whatever. Okay, so that's metacognition in terms of the multiple thinking that takes into place, more than just that content knowledge that they have learned from your class. Did I make it very clear?
Yeah, it's quite heavy. In my course, I'm teaching critical thinking. Of course, we are assessing that, but I wonder if other courses, how are they going to evaluate? It's quite heavy for them. Actually, what you are saying for matriculations is quite heavy. Or a very short semester, online, not short semester, I mean a few months, and then it's online learning. I don't know, it's quite difficult to evaluate. Perhaps you're going to say more afterwards. Yeah, I'm gonna ask more afterwards.
Assessment as learning, the spirit is different. It's not about just giving marks. For that matter, in most cases, it's not to give marks. Say, for example, critical thinking. won't be able to quantify how much is student A's critical thinking, how many marks do I give him as compared to student B, how many marks should I give for critical thinking for student B. It's not about that, but you know that they are all doing their thinking, critical thinking, because you have given them that task.
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Yeah.
I'm Dr. Harina from Kulliyyah of Nursing. I just wondering, is it metacognitive is like some things that the student build up their knowledge based on what they had learned in the past and then how they applied it in the present, but as a process that they gain throughout throughout the educational or taking certain courses. Is that metacognitive, which, as you said, is not necessarily, it can be assessed, giving marks, it's how they evaluate their learning process, is it?
To a certain extent, yes. That means they're using multiple thinking, multiple way. Say for example, self-assessment, yeah. Self-assessment when you do muhasabah diri, yeah. So it's not about telling us what we know or don't know. When we muhasabah diri, we also reflect on whether what we're doing, and then we a lot of processes of thinking that is beyond this content. Okay? And metacognition is as I think Cik Nasir is a topic on its own. But this is enough to say that in assessment as learning, it's not about just giving the marks because you want to know how much they know or don't know. But you want to give that assessment because as they do the assessment, they will learn or they will develop what you want to develop. So say if you want to develop ability to think critically, so because you give them the problem to solve, everybody has to come up with a solution or a suggestion. Okay? So therefore, you know that everybody will go through the processes in the critical thinking. Okay? But how much you give for one person as compared to the others, it's up to you. Some courses give marks, but most oftenly in assessment as learning, it's not meant to do that. Okay. All right. So let's move on. Okay. Because this topic is going to run for 2 hours plus, so what we're going to do is that we're going to break halfway and then we're going to continue later. So another principle that we also have to be reminded. Yeah. So when we do all those things is now changes to the assessment or want to design new assessment for the RTL or the new course that you design, is a concept of traditional versus alternative assessment. Okay. So in that course outline the division of assessment is now. Some of these are traditional in nature, some are alternative assessment. Okay. So what's the principle? What are they and what's the principle behind? Okay. Maybe I should. Traditional assessment has a very long history. I think many of you know the history of traditional assessment that started in China in the very early years, yeah? In which after learning, there was a reason to know who has learned what or how much has everyone learned. So the first ever assessment to know who has learned what or who has learned how much is assessing them through answering questions. Okay? So traditionally, to know how much students have learned is to make the students to answer questions. And most of the time, in the past, answering the questions were in writing. And when they write it, they write on paper using a pen or a pencil. So sometimes we see, so that's where sometimes we see in some literature, the traditional assessment is also used, the term is also used as pen and pencil. Okay, so pen and pencil or traditional assessment are used interchangeably, they mean the same, which is the traditional way of assessing to know how much the students have learned. And in traditional assessment, everything is standardized, most oftenly written. What does it mean by standardized? Final exam. In final exam, everybody has to come on the same day at the same time, right? So that is one standardization. Can one student say to you, Madam, this is pre-COVID, yeah? Madam, can I do mine the day after? Because on that day, I have to send my father to the airport. Can you accept that kind of excuse? This is very important. My father is a very important man, and he needs me to send him to the airport. Can we accept that reason so that the students can do the exam not at the same time, on the same day as the other students? Okay? So this is final examination. Our emphatic answer is an emphatic no. No, right? Because we know that a final exam is a standardized form of assessment. Okay? One of the standardization is timing. Same time, same place, same day. No way anybody can do the same paper and same paper. No way the person can do the same paper from his home. Okay? So traditional assessment has that spirit. Okay? Most oftenly written. But what about oral? Do you know of any traditional assessment that's oral in nature? Okay. So you know that traditional assessment standardized. Do you know of any oral traditional assessment? In the past, yes. Anyone?
No, I'm doing research on the speculative Freemason education. And they are doing oral actually assessment of their members. Even you have two kinds of students. Is Oxford, those Oxford students are going normal classes, and Oxford student normal classes, as well as training in the Apollo Masonic Center. And they do a lot of oral tests, because oral test is a test of articulation. They have to test the trivium, logic, rhetoric, and grammar. Articulation very, very important. I think the oral you're referring to articulation, perhaps.
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, oral, verbal. Yes.
In Kuantan, for example, in our case, in Kulliyyah of Nursing, we do have Viva Voce, particularly for management subject, because we would like to test how the students manage to integrate the theory, their knowledge on theory, and the practical aspects of management in nursing. So basically, we have rubric to measure these oral tests.
Okay, yes. So those kind of tests are still traditional in nature. Traditional fall under the traditional assessment, though done oral. Yes. So you have within your area of expertise the practice of oral standardized, and they are the traditional assessment paradigm. Okay? A very classic example is the everybody is familiar with MUET and EPT and Arabic placement test. Yeah? They have the speaking test. Yeah? It is still the traditional assessment, even though it's speaking. Why? Because it's very standardized. There's a set of questions that are given to the students. There's a set of timing that they have to abide by. Okay? And then there's a rubric, standard rubric to answer, to mark. Yeah. So they're still traditional in spirit or in principle. Okay. And most or many of these traditional assessment are being used for achievement or competency purposes. So as you can see, so where do we put? Let's go back to this one. So where do we put? Which one are the traditional assessment? So obviously quiz and your end of semester, your final exam are the traditional ones. If you have let's say oral test is still the traditional. Why? Because it follows the principle of it is being standardized, and it is achievement purpose, because you will accumulate marks from this assessment in order to make your 100 marks to verify how much the students have achieved for that semester. Yeah, and APT and MUAT is a competency, proficiency or competency test. So it's also meant, some of them are meant for competency or proficiency assessment. So examples, yeah, the final exam, quizzes, sometimes you give quiz 1, test 2. These are all traditional in nature. Okay? And when we say examination or test, yeah, there must be questions that they have to answer. So the method to question are either the selected response, which are objective or subjective. And scoring, either right or wrong, objective, or marks given. How many marks given out of 5, or subjective, or scoring rubric is used. Right? So, now, the strength, the reason why, in most of the cases, we will use and we have to use the traditional assessment is because we want to cover a broad range of knowledge or body of knowledge or topics that you want to know, because you have taught them and you have asked them to read. You want to know how much they know and how much they can do. So therefore, how do you know how much they know and how much they can do? Is by asking them questions. And you have a lot to ask them. So therefore, in order to cover that lot that you want to ask or you want to know, you will go for traditional assessment because you can cover so much, like multiple choice, rule of thumb for MCQ, round about 30 seconds to 1.5 minutes per question. So if you have 1 hour, you can have 30 questions, 30 things to ask, or 40 questions to ask. But if you mix it with true false, you can even have more questions. Okay? There's a fill in the blank, there's matching, short answer, long essays. So these are the normal format that we've used in our traditional assessment. Yeah? But they are standardized in nature, yeah, in such that marking is standardized, question is standardized. Standardized means it's the same for every student in that class or in the course that the students have to register. All of them will do the same question. All of them are given the same hours. All of them are marked the same way. So just like when you see MUAN, SPM, TOEFL, and all the other examinations, yeah, particularly in in sciences, yeah, you have this board examinations that the students have to do. Okay? All those examinations are traditional assessment, follows the principles of traditional assessment, must be done because we want to know how much they know. It is important to know how much they know because of whatever sequence of education that they follow. Right? But many people think a bit negative about traditional assessment. There's some misconception about traditional assessment. Okay, I give essay questions, I give multiple choice. People think that, you know, if you only use exam, ask questions, whether long essay, short essay, plus multiple choice, these questions cannot ask high order thinking or cannot allow students to demonstrate their ability in high order thinking. Now, this is a misconception. The responsibility is on the test constructor, who are us. If you want your traditional assessment, maybe exam paper or whatever assessment that is traditional in nature, if you want them to become high order, you want to test ability to think in the high order, you have to make the questions to elicit that level of thinking. So this is a quite common misconception. Yeah. So this is an example to support when I say that high order thinking cannot be tested in the traditional way.
Question, yeah, MCQ question, isn't it?
MCQ. People always say that MCQ.
Yeah.
There is, we know the chances of getting the right answer. There is a chance to guess, and there is a chance to get the right answer even if they don't know. But the chance is only if you have A, B, C, D, E, is only 20% of
Yes,
the
correct.
correct. But when you design, you can design questions to be of
I order.
a question like this.
If we can have all MCQ question, for example, in the final, Prof. Is there any issue on that?
Depending on your questions again.
Yeah, definitely. Like, for example, we can have high order question like this. Yes. Because like this one, you have few steps to get the final answer. And then the MCQ question, you can shuffle, whatnot. So that chances for them to, in fact, you can shuffle the question, you can shuffle the answer. So these are some of the things that we can do so that we can have also high order question. And then in the same time, we can eliminate cheating.
Exactly. There are ways to eliminate cheating. Yeah? If you don't want, if you, going back, to answer that question, it goes back to your learning outcome. If you don't want them to show, it's not important for them to demonstrate the steps that they take.
I see.
You want to know if they can do critical thinking, if they get the right answer, then they can do. But in your learning outcome, if you want them, the outcome is to also show the process.
I see.
Then maybe MCQ
it's not suitable. Huh?
Not suitable. Yes.
Okay.
So it has its limitation, but one of the limitation is not that it cannot test high order thinking. Yeah? You want it to be high order, you can, but you've got to make it to be a high order thinking question. And how to make a multiple choice a high order thinking is by giving a problem, a novel problem that they have not seen before. So on the day of the exam, they see it the first time. So they have to think what is the answer by utilizing the knowledge that they have learned from your class. But it is the first time of thinking for that kind of problem for your course. It hasn't been done before in the class or as a homework or as an assignment or as a class discussion. Okay? You may have done some problem solving in the class, but it is not the same problem that you give in the exam. Then it becomes a high order. Okay?
Yeah, agree, Prof.
Yes, and remember sometimes we have to go for critical thinking, but using MCQ because there's so many topics that you want to cover. There are some courses, particularly what you call it, fundamental courses. You have so many topics you want to ask. And in sciences, in medic, I know you have 300 MCQ questions for the students to answer, right? Why is it? Because there's so many things that medical students have to know. 50 of the questions are on virus only. There's so many things that you want to know that the students know about virus. And the testimony of it is now. Doctors have to make decisions when they deal with virus. So you have to test them. Until you test them, you don't know whether they have the volume of knowledge about virus that they can become real doctors so that they can function to help the nation in dealing with situations like this. Okay. So traditional assessment has it's a way of doing it. The spirit is there. It's standardized. Most oftenly pen and paper, but we now know that there are oral traditional assessment as well. But in the last 18 months, and COVID upset everything about our life and the way we do things, perhaps this traditional assessment practices has to be revisited. When the teachings are now done online, how do you assess? So like just now, come to final exam venues. No more. No way that you can ask the students to come. Okay? Answer the question in that answer book. There's no way that you can distribute the answer book. And then if you're doing it online, I think in the first semester, most of us, because MCO started only once we started the ERTL in the first semester. So suddenly we were asked to do changes to the final exam. So many of us just say, okay, I convert my final exam to online exam. Okay? But how do you maintain confidentiality, test security, and integrity of the responses? Okay? So just now one of you said, okay, how do you know they're not cheating? What kind of cheating can they do in online testing? What are some of the cheatings? How can they cheat?
They can share the answer, Prof.
I see it done. I see it happening with my children.
That's true. In fact, they have a WhatsApp group, to answer the final.
Exactly. They're doing it on the computer.
Yes.
They have the phone.
Yeah, at their side.
Yes. And then they have their own class WhatsApp group.
Yeah.
They're helping each other.
Definitely, Prof. Teamwork.
Yes, teamwork, collaboration.
You have to, give marks for that.
Yeah, marvelous collaboration. And I looked at all this WhatsApp group and I studied the students. Yeah. The weak ones also get into the group because these are the ones who don't speak, don't have many friends. But when it comes to collaborating for exam, they are all also in the WhatsApp group and they're all chatty in the WhatsApp.
Yes, definitely, Prof.
But we know that these are the ones not favorite, ni tak suka tu. But exam time, they're so very collaborative. Okay? That's what we want to develop, but not in the traditional assessment. Right? When you have case study just now, this boy, in my experience, it's always a guy coming to me and say, "Madam, please," and they will, kneel on their knees. I want to do it alone. I cannot stress this and that. They don't like me. And I say, no, never in this course when you do your case study alone. I don't know how you do it. But tell me which group you belong to. Let me speak to the group. Okay. So all these things are the opposite when you do online. Suddenly they become very collaborative. Right? And very high teamwork spirit. But that is not the spirit of traditional assessment. It's a total opposite. Okay? When we want collaborative learning and teamwork and all these other skills, time management, meetings here, meeting there, chat, talk to each other about the answer, but not in traditional assessment. Okay? So how do you do? So, maybe people in KICT know, okay, yes, we have now the thumbprint that can secure confidentiality. But I don't know whether we can be 100% sure to maintain confidentiality, test security, and integrity, because we know, for example, MUET, until today, they still say that they will delay. IELTS also do the same thing. They delay because no way they say that their online tests, MUET test or IELTS test or even TOEFL test is the same. Okay? Even though they have all this technology. Right? So this is the line that separates the traditional assessment from the ones that are not traditional, which we will talk a little bit more later.
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Yeah.
Prof, just to share with you, regards to these students, some of students who does not tak nak ada engagement with the teams, they are request to do it individually, and then as a lecturer, I mean, like those who need you to work as a team, then you have to work as a team, I mean, like the kind of reasons, like diorang tak nak I've tried so many times, they still tak nak so I got to do by my own, but if I mean, like I do insist, I do insist, and I assume that the problem is settled and he got the group disandai. But at the end of the semester, after the submissions and everything, his name is not there and he's not doing anything. So that how do we overcome these kind of situations? I mean, like we do have assessment, we have group assessment, then we have to match it, on what the learning outcomes that we have. But when it comes to the kind of students that who have this kind of difficulties, so how should we help them, because we don't want them to be left behind just because of this kind of the difficulties. Prof, what say you?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. I know. Every semester there's always every semester there's always one course or one girl and one boy will have this kind of issue, and then you try to come in. So actually, it's part of the learning. So this is why assessment for learning. This is where they have to learn how to deal with difficult people, and they have to learn how to deal with people for the group. The group will say that this one person is a difficult person to work with. But for the individual, they say that his or she is a victim of the situation. These people don't want. Okay? So in the spirit of assessment for learning, that is where they have to, in the spirit of assessment for learning, this is where marks is not the only thing that they get, but they get information about how to develop that skill, that value, that intended attribute, which is ability to work together. I don't give marks about ability to work together for each of you, but all I know is that you have to work together. I think I have come across in my 30 years of teaching, and I, once or twice where at the end there's no marks for this one boy. In the beginning, I used to do that. There's no one mark. Then that boy didn't get any marks, and at the end I banned and I give the boy another assignment to do. But after understanding the principle, we have to come in to facilitate. So in assessment for learning, the role of the lecturer or the teacher is actually to facilitate that learning, not learning the content, but learning how to work together. So some of the things that I see how others have done it in the literature, one is peer assessment. So every now and then you want to ask them to rate themselves or rate their friends. So rate in what? So maybe one of the ratings is tardiness, attending discussion. So this week, I want everybody to give me a report about how you feel about others who contribute to your discussions. So they just have to send to you whatever that they write about. Yeah? So one paragraph of your experience about having discussion in the last 2 weeks, due next week. Yeah? So when I did that, sometimes over 1 or 2 weeks, so I see that there's something wrong because somebody say, okay, it's always me who come first. And this person doesn't come. So from there, you can come in to see that there is a problem. But sometimes it takes a bit from us because if you have 120 in your class, sometimes I just do checklists. In England, for example, they like to use this checklist in me. So checklist every now and then, submit the checklist. So very quickly, the lecturer can see, okay, this group seem to be not ticking this thing. So I will come in the 3rd week. Everybody has to attend. I will come into that group the 1st week or the 3rd week to tell them, okay, based on your cumulative checklist, there's some issue with blah, blah, blah. So you have to sort it out in the next, 3 weeks. I want to see some improvement. So that's where things, what has been documented. And I've tried this as well, to come in, but we need to know what's happening. So I've done diaries, but diaries is so tiring to do. So I've done checklists. I've even done reflection, group reflection, not just individual reflection. So these are some of the things that you can do. Okay, so did I answer that?
Yeah, Prof. Yes. At least to help us to understand them and to help them to understand to analysis their self actually. It's not about the marks, but it's about the skills that we want to develop Yeah, rather than you being so selfish, you know. So you have to learn something. Yeah,
So,
thank you, Prof.
Yeah, we have to come in the middle. We have to know
Yes.
the issue. So
Yes.
that's we can use strategies as a rubric,
Yeah.
using rubrics,
All right.
checklists, or even a WhatsApp group. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
We also have individual WhatsApp group. So they will WhatsApp or or even online thingy. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. And there was another person who wanted to ask something or say something.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum, Prof. Putri here.
Okay.
Okay, with regard to this teamwork, okay, usually I will ask them to do the peer review, okay, to do evaluations of the team cooperation among the group member. Okay, so basically they're going to evaluate based on the contribution to group goals, consideration of others, okay, on the contributions of knowledge, okay, working and sharing with others. Okay, so each of them need to evaluate everyone. Okay, but in the end, I found out that okay, even though they have problem, but they always give good marks to each other because that is what that is the marks that they were going to gain later on. So meaning that the validity is still questionable. So how to sort this out actually?
Okay. In the 1990s and started in 1980s, actually a lot of studies have been done to see how students do self-assessment. And many studies on Asian students tend to say that, or tend to conclude that Asian students tend to do this, not being realistic or not being honest. Asian students tend to rate themselves lower than what their lecturers will rate them. And Asian students tend to, I think it's got to do with culture, tend to want to rate their friends better than their own rating of themselves. Okay. This is a long time ago already, but I haven't seen, I cannot conclude that it is the same thing that people will find if we do the study now. But I suppose it can be still the same if you're saying that, when they have to rate their friends, their marks are always good. I think it's just got to do with culture. So this is where the literature has said one of the ways is training. We have to train the students to get used to be honest about, be truthful about their assessment. Biasalah kita kan, if we want to rate ourselves, we're so afraid of, most of the time, so afraid of giving the highest mark because we don't think we are the best or we don't think we're that good. But it's easier to give other people better marks because it's okay. You have the spirit of helping others or give the benefit of the doubt to others. But the literature says that the more you do it with your students, then the more that they will learn to do this in the right way. Yeah? And that's where also in assessment, normally with self-assessment and peer assessment, it's more formative rather than you want to take that marks to accumulate to your 100%, particularly for first year students. And for first year students, they're still not very confident, takut-takut, so they want to do the right thing. If I have to assess myself, I won't give so much. I assess my friend, I will give like this, like this. So not very good in those things. So normally we just give them to do it, but not counted, just to make them be used to doing it. So I don't have the answer how to do it. In the literature, that's what they say. Yeah? If you're not confident they can be truthful, you just do it for formative reason. Just to get an idea, and then they get the feedback from the friends, that's it. But not counted in the 100%. But in on a macro level, yeah, the more we do it, the better. And in Islam, I think Islam teaches us like that. So that's why we have to pray 5 times a day. That's why we repeat the same thing in our prayers, and we are asked to do very routine thing. Because the more we do things, okay, the better we develop our iman, the better we are, and the better in terms of thinking. Everything is settled, internalized. Want to internalize things, we have to repeat. Okay? So the same spirit of assessment in 4 years, if we have that, then your department or your Kulliyyah will have to plan this. First 2 years must have, for example, self-assessment and group assessment. Now, P is just to train them. So it's just formative, no marks. Third year, some courses may contribute some marks. Fourth year, memang 10% comes from self and peer assessment. So then in the fourth year, they should already develop that level of confidence and ability to be truthful, reliable, and valid in their assessment. So that's what I can say, but probably don't have the exact answer to what you asked. Dr. Putri?
Yeah, so thank you, Prof. So it seems like it is not so suitable to do that with our students, yeah, okay, due to our culture. Right. So it is more on the formative assessment for this one.
That's the old literature, but I don't know. I haven't done self-assessment, peer assessment review literature of late, but in the 90s, 80s, those were some of the things that always surfaced. And I believe probably still is, because culture is still about the same, students are still the same. And so if you want to develop this, I would suggest that you plan at the departmental level. It can't be just one lecturer doing it. You plan together how many courses are there, self-assessment and peer assessment. How many courses will give marks to it? How many courses is just doing it just to train students? Okay?
Thank you, Prof.
You're welcome.
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Salam, yes.
We have 2 questions from YouTube chat box.
Oh, okay.
What?
You want to read it out because I don't have access.
Okay. One is from Dr. Shamsuddin Abdullah. The question is, assessments that contributes to CAM, are they summative or formative assessments?
Okay, all right, very good. There's some assessment, actually a blend of two. Once you give marks is you sum up. For example, project, yeah, project. What do you do with the marks is summative in nature. Say, for example, a group project, 30%. Okay, so the decision based on group project is summative in nature. But when you design it for formative as well. Okay, so that's why the dual function is a blend between summative and formative. In terms of what you do with the results, because assessment, there are two parts of assessment. One is when you want to assess, you have to design it. So in designing, you have to understand the principle. Which principle do you want to go by? Right? The other aspect of assessment is what you do with the results. What is it that you do with the result? The result is just for giving marks. Okay, so the outcome of the assessment is just giving marks. If it is just giving marks, it's purely summative. But in this case of the project work, we want to give marks. There is a 30% award. But we know in the course outline, group work, we take collaborative learning, we take teamwork, we take communication skill, because there's presentation, and we take one or two other attributes or skills or even value. Yeah, because maybe this is, let's say this is the SDG course. Yeah, so they have to go and look for a problem in on campus that they want to come in, and then it has to do with recycling, blah blah blah, find a solution to it, then do a video of the issue and present, and then report it in a short report. Okay, so that's the project work. At the end of the day, marks have to be given is summative. But when we design, the principle in designing has to go for formative as well. Because, for example, problem solving, presentation, report, yeah, this is where it's not standardized, right? Because it's not standardized because not one group will do, not all the groups will do same topic. You can choose your topic. Okay? And not all of groups will look into some or same problem. It's a different problem. You can choose whatever problem. In the test, they all have to answer 30 questions. Nobody should go ask for another question. It's all the same. But for group project, it is formative in nature and it is not alternative. Sorry, it's not traditional because it's not standardized. It's different principle. So when we design, so that's why we design following the not traditional. Okay, so this is where I will start the next session, which is, so if it is not traditional, what is it? Okay, so if it is not traditional, not pen and paper, it is alternative to the traditional. That's how the name comes about. That's how it gets its name, alternative assessments. Okay. So other than the traditional assessment or pen and paper or exam, you will design your assessment to be alternative to that. So what are alternative assessments? Okay, so just now Dr. Samsudin, we in the design, so you have to tackle the design following the principle of alternative assessment. Okay, so I don't know whether I've answered that, but what are the principles? I will go after this. I don't know whether I've answered the question, but I think maybe more of the answer will come as we go along in the other slides. But there are two questions, yeah?
Yeah, Prof. There's another one from Dr. Farahizah Abdul Jalal Bakri. The question is, how fair, valid, and reliable is this peer assessment?
Okay, so I go again to what I said earlier. What is your spirit of doing the peer assessment? You don't want them to give marks. 5 marks out of 100 will come from their friends. Okay, so if you want to award that 5 marks, then it has to be reliable, valid, and also fair. You have to ensure this. Okay? But if you just want to just do it as part of training them to be able to assess fairly, so you don't give marks, so you will just do it as assessment for learning, to learn how to assess others and be truthful and be realistic about assessing others. So it goes back to what you want at the end of the day. Okay? But if you want to give marks, you have to ascertain that is reliability and validity to the marks that they give. Okay, okay. Now, can I go on, or do you want to take a 5 minutes break? Let's take 5. Because I think I need to take 5. Let's take 5 here.
Okay, Prof.
Yeah.
Problem.
Take 5 and as 10:30, 10:35, we'll start again. Take 5. You can get your coffee or your tea next to you, or you go to the gents or the ladies to freshen up. Then we'll come back in a bit. Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We're back. So just now, we said that I think we're very clear now what traditional assessment means and what it entails when we want to design. So, and we also now know that, or clear that, so in traditional assessment, as far as the exams or quizzes or the tests are concerned, they do different things than what we want to do in our camp. Okay? So our camp does not follow the traditional assessment most of the time. And so it is called the alternative to the traditional assessment. So what does it mean by alternative? What does it entail? So alternative to the traditional assessment are different sort of assessment which will follow the different principles. Okay, so in traditional assessment, for example, we ask them to do answer questions. There are questions in papers that they have to answer. But alternative to that are more hands-on, more skill, more things that you want, or tasks that you design for the students to do. And some of these tasks are actually the tasks that are real tasks that they do in the real world. Okay, so for economics, for example, they've got to do some business plan, right? That's what they do in the real job task. Okay, so in sciences, they're in the lab, or in social sciences, maybe they've got to all sorts, yeah. So these are the things that pen and paper or the traditional assessment cannot have, right? So that's where the alternative to it. So in which, in the alternative assessment, the tasks that you design will simulate or will equate or will be almost similar to the real life tasks to a certain extent. Okay? So that is where you have, for example, a test where for sciences, they actually have the COPS, or they have of like OSCE. So they have to deal with cases, and then they have to work on those patients as if they are real doctors, but they are actually being assessed on how they deal with those cases. So in social sciences, for example, probably all those things that we saw in the course assessment matrices now, project work. So there is a project that they have to go out, do survey, find out what's the problem, or come up with a business plan, this, that. Okay. So, oops, why is my slide not? So then we have to understand, okay, so what are the principles to all these types of assessment? Okay, so what are characteristics of the alternative assessment? So major characteristics of the alternative assessment is that the task that you want to give will have to emulate real life or real world tasks that they need to do in your discipline. Okay? And because they are almost like a real world task, therefore the skills that they have to utilize in order to complete your task will have to be multiple skills. It's not just what they learn from your class, but there they do in group. So that's where it is now. You still ask them to work in group because they have to develop the teamwork skill. They've got to do critical thinking. That critical thinking has got nothing to do with the subject matter that you teach. Introduction to whatever or advanced whatever, but not to do with that. But they've got to solve problem in that content area. Okay. And summative plus formative. This is where it answered Dr. Zakaria or Samsudin just now. So whether that project work just now, is it summative or formative? So in most cases, we give marks. So it is a summative assessment. But more importantly, along the way they do the project, they have to do discussion, you come in, they will consult you, they will have discussion with their friends. So these are all formative to inform them whether they are doing the task the right way, and also to inform them how to make sure that they get the best marks for that task. Okay? So it's formative in nature. Okay? And the next principle here, performance-based. So the no exam assessment is for performance-based. They have to do something. They have to perform. So there is a process that they have to go through. At the end of it, there is a product. So it focuses both on the process as well as the product. Okay? So if it is a problem solving, so they have to go through that process to solve the problem. At the end of the day, it's just a report. That's a product. It's a report. Okay? So I take, for example, the new UNGS or new Unicore course, the SDG. They you give them a project. You've got to solve an environmental issue on campus. Okay, the product is just a report and a presentation, but the process is that they've got to do discussion, they've got to go interview, go site visit, okay? And along the way, you may want to give marks. Site visit, you give marks. Discussion, you give marks. But more importantly, is the process that they have to go through. You may not want to give marks. You just want to see, okay, there is a logbook of how many meetings that they have done. There is a logbook or a checklist of other things in the 4 weeks that they have done or they have not done. Those are to just check the process. But you don't give marks. Okay? So in other words, alternative assessment do not necessarily end up just summative. More importantly, it must have the formative because want to inform us that the process is going on for that project. Okay? And that's where all this high order thinking and the 21st century skills come into place, like creativity, what else? Communication, lifelong learning. They have to find out themselves. They don't know about let's say river. Then they come to you and ask you, okay, what do you think of this? Something to do with river. Okay, sorry, my area is not river. Go and check with Mr. Google. So lifelong learning skills. Everybody will Google and find out. Okay, so those are all the interrelated skills and knowledge and attributes that they have to utilize in order to get to the end of the project. Okay? And last characteristics, because it is alternative and therefore it is not standardized, there is flexibility in the assessment. What does it mean by flexible here? Now, it's not that they can be flexible like the final exam. Flexibility here in the sense that means there is no time frame. Some group may finish early, some may finish late, or some may need extension, or some may finish on time, some finish before time. It's okay. Okay. And then some projects are done pair, some projects are done in groups, some projects are done, I don't know, some parts of the project may be done individually. So there is this flexibility. Okay. But more importantly, it is an integration of the whole thing. That's where all the metacognition comes in. It's not about just knowing what you learn, but also you learn along the way in doing the assessment that is compulsory for that course. Okay, so alternative assessment has these different principles, not necessarily for just giving marks. Some alternative assessment are not given marks at all, but they have to do. Okay. Also, a possibility. It's more for the formative rather than the summative. Integrated, it's not about just answering questions, it's integrated. And this one, the red one up here, it emphasizes both on the process as well as the product. Okay. So examples of alternative assessment that all of you have been doing already. In sciences, that's why they have real patients or dummy bodies, okay? Real patients in the dentistry, they go to the lab for social sciences, they go to the community, look for problem, go to company, okay, do things, whatever real things in the company. So we're doing it already. But now we know, and we should be reminded that the principle behind all this is different from the quizzes and the tests. Okay? But can it be classified as both traditional and authentic? Is there a blend? Is it possible to have a blend of it is traditional, but it is actually authentic assessment? Sometimes there are some assessment. There is a blend. Yeah. So that's where this one dictation, but I think a nice, more, what do I say? Something that you can relate to better is probably the IELTS test that you have taken before, or the MOET test, or the EPT. Yeah. For example, the EPT speaking or EPT listening, speaking and listening. Yeah. So it has that alternative assessment feature because then they have to perform. Yeah, you give a scenario on the speaking test. Okay, you are given 5 minutes. You look at this picture of this place. In 5 minutes, tell us about what are some environmental issues we see in the picture, for example. Yeah. So it has that authentic in a way, but it's still standardized because they are limited to that time to think. Okay, so there are some to answer to this question, that early question just now. Is there a blend between authentic or alternative assessment and the traditional assessment? There are some situations where it has those two components, or it looks like it overlaps. Yeah? But most oftenly, your CAM most oftenly all should be alternative assessment, therefore should follow the principle of alternative assessment. Okay, so let's go to some of the principles of the alternative assessment is now. Okay, stimulate. Okay, so so the principles, as we see, the principles of your alternative assessment are these. Okay, now at the end of the day, your alternative assessment methods and your traditional assessment methods, they are combined together. They both become summative, right? What happens is that from the 100 marks, based on your alternative assessment and your traditional assessment put together, what's the implication? They get the marks. Okay? And the marks are translated to grades. Okay? Marks are the points. Points are translated to grades. Okay? So one student and another student marks will not be the same. Some are the same, some are different, some are higher, some are lower. Okay? Okay? So at the end of the day, when we have keyed in system, yeah, and then when you generate your, we don't have this, but they don't have the graph, but we have the table. So it looks like this. The student's performance for your course looks like this. Okay? Or it may look like this. Or if it looks like this, what does it mean? What does it mean when it looks like this?
It is skewed and more people get higher marks, I guess.
It is skewed. Skew means there's a tail. And the tail seems to be on the left. Oh, sorry, on the left, yes.
Yes, on the left.
So when the tail is on the left, the more left you go, the smaller the number. Right. So when that is the case, when the tail goes to smaller number, it means it's called a negative skew. Right? Okay. So one observation that there is a skew, and the skew seems to be on the left, so therefore there is negatively skewed result. But if you go by undergraduate, What is an A for undergraduate? 85, right? I think it's an 85. Yeah, let's say 85 is an A. So that's an 85. So what we're saying is that from this course, for this course, that's the number of students, or that's your students who got an A. Many, most of them. Yeah. And the rest are not all A's. Then the rest are not A's. So by the look of this, okay, you have run your assessment just now. Okay, combining alternative and the traditional assessment. Most of them are the same. Most of them are A students. Okay. Now, so we have to go to the university and ask the university, what does A mean? What does A mean to you? Now, let me ask you, what does A mean? If for your course, yeah, how do you see an A? I want to just share in my early years in IIUM.
It's for Allah SWT.
Ni dah gelap dah. Our early years, A is for
Subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. So nobody's perfect. Okay. This is the early years before all the assessment experts come in and say, how can we do that? That's not fair, not reliable. Before that, it was very difficult to get an A because some professors at that time say things like, A is for Allah. Only if you think you're perfect will I award you. But how can you be perfect? So very little students in the old days get an A from many of the professors. Okay? But now, times have changed. We now understand the principle of assessment. Okay? If we do CAM, we know that we design it following that principle. We do exam, we know that's the principle that is opposite or different, and we design it in a certain way. But still you get negatively skewed performance like this. So what is an A to you? Not that whole principle of A is for Allah. But for your class, after, I know some of you are new, but after a few semesters of running your course, surely you have a view, you know, okay. A means in this course, certain kind of students who have this, and other A, B, C, D. Okay. So can we share some view? What's an A to you? Anyone in the chat? His answer. A means the student can achieve all the LO successfully. Yes. So in writing, technically, that's what it means. You have LO1, LO2, LO3. That means A, if you open the the Ahmad website, yeah, A is what? Excellent, right?
Have mastered all the learning outcome.
So excellent in LO1, excellent in LO2, excellent in LO3, and excellent in LO4, or whatever number of LOs. Yeah. So that's what it means. So that is what it means. So at the end of the semester, we have to ask ourselves, oh, is that so? This is how many students who are excellent in all of these? Okay. If you still have that tone, it means you're questioning the reliability and validity of your assessment. Okay? Then, push down. On the other hand, for this one course, I have the opposite. Just now, there is a tail to the left. Now the tail is on the right. So, opposite to the earlier one. So, to the right, the more right you go, the bigger the number. So, it's called positive. Right? So, in this case, for undergraduate, 50 is a So in this case, what we're saying is that, so fail, if I cut that and I see, oh my God, positively skewed, but almost all my students do not, what is an F? An F is do not fulfill, right? What's the descriptor of F in AMA? It's not fulfilled, LO1, not fulfilling LO2, not fulfilling LO3, and so on.
Yep.
So can you answer to God? Betul ke? So, betul ke? And I believe you that none of your students, most of your students, did not master at all. Okay? So then we go to the principle, right? Another principle that differentiates, a principle that we have to be reminded. Yeah? So when you do a test, the test falls under which one? Traditional or alternative? Test 1, test 2, final test, final exam. Or quiz 1, quiz 2, final exam. So are they traditional or alternative? I think all of you will answer is either traditional assessment. Okay? So tests, whether it's quiz, online test, Google form, answer the question, or final exam. The test, the meaning of test is that it is a standardized measure. So that's what we said just now, standardized. Right? Everybody takes the same test, same question, same time frame given, same way of marking. Of a sample of behavior, we teach 7 major topics, and each major topics has 6 or 7 subtopics. So in total, 50 topics. But in the test, test 1, test 2, test 3, plus final exam, you just sample the topics, right? And that topic that you take out from the course outline is from a specific domain for only that course outline. It cannot be from the course before. Or it cannot be, it's a second year course, but it cannot be topics from the third year course. Otherwise, it violates this principle of the traditional assessment in testing, exam. And this is very important. Why? Because when you mark that paper, out of 40 marks, somebody gets 35, another gets 24, another one gets 18, another one gets 20 something and 30 something. All these represent, or you make inference about the students. They're not the same. Okay? So that marks differentiate your students, which is very important. And that marks differentiate the students, and that grade is supposed to differentiate individual students. Okay? So that differs, this test definition, this principle differs from our alternative. Because 5 people in the class, 5 people in the group, they all get out of 20, 18. Kan? Because it's group work. Project work, if you give 18 out of 20, everybody gets 18.
Yeah.
Right? And then if it is out of 30, one group gets 25, all 5 students get 25. Right? So therefore, sometimes the camp marks, many students get the same camp marks.
Definitely. Yes.
If they belong to the same group for all the 3 projects, then they get the same marks. So that's
true.
5 students will get exactly the same camp marks. Another 5 students, same camp marks, another 5 students. But in tests, we talk about final
Test and exam.
they should not be the same. Because the function of a test is to make the individual difference of the students. It cannot be the same. So that's why can have high camp, but exam is low. Because the principle is different. Follows the principle of assessment for learning. You can get feedbacks, friends can help. Even if I don't know how to do, friends have done it. I get the marks. Same that my friends get the marks. Is that fair? It's okay. It follows the principle of assessment for learning. That's how it is. But can I share my final exam paper with my friend?
Cannot.
Cannot. Just now we laugh when we say that, tak boleh. Shared in the WhatsApp group. We say that difference that violates the very principle of the assessment of learning and testing and the traditional assessment. Because we want to make individual differences. Okay, so that is where going back to my graph just now. So that's where we have to ask ourselves, betul ke? After what done together with friends and combine what they do together on their own, they are all the same. That is, they all fail. Betul ke ramai fail after doing the alternative and the traditional assessment together. The same with this. Yeah? After doing that, all of them are the same in terms of all of them are A. Yeah? So what we should do actually is actually separate your graph of the alternative assessment, CAM marks, have his graph on his own, and then final examination marks have the graph on its own. Okay? They should not look the same. They may be similar, but they should not look the same. Okay? CAM marks can look like this. Everybody gets an A. CAM marks, if this is just CAM marks, most of them do very well. Can look like this. But in fact, if you go by just final exam marks should spread your students. Okay? So when we talk about valid and reliable, final exam marks, you want to differentiate students just now, because the principle is that you want to differentiate individual characteristics of students. They should, your exam paper and the marks that you give them should spread the students according to their true ability, like this. Okay, so this is where at the department level, at the Kulliyyah level, after BOE or before BOE, these are the things that we would recommend. The assessment committee for the university should actually recommend for you to do this, to just look at what are real distribution of your assessment based on CAM, what's the distribution of your assessment based on finals only. Okay, so final should spread your students, because the function of final is assessment of learning, following the traditional individual work. So the principle is to differentiate students. Therefore, you write the question. There are some easy questions. Some of these weak students can answer. There are some medium difficulty students. These are the middle students who can answer. But there must be some difficult questions in your final exam, because you want to challenge to see who are the good ones who are just A, who are really A, who are the good ones who are A minus, who are the good ones who are just B or B plus. Oops, sorry, there are two B plus. B plus or B. You want to spread down. So when we design the final exam, it's the different spirit from you designing your alternative assessment. So whatever it is, so that in the designing, we have to take care, have to make sure that your design should be valid, measure what it's supposed to measure. So whether measure the content is ABCD, topic is ABCD, cover that topic. Okay. But if it is supposed to be high order, so it is testing high order. But if it is not testing, it is something else. So reliable. Okay. Three major things that we put forth, for especially in this RTL. Fairness is very important. It's equal for everybody. Okay. So this is where we go to the third and the last topic that we, for the actually the original topic that we have to go through for this session, reliability. But along the way, we've actually made things clearer through understanding the principle. So when you design your task or design your test item, task for CAM, test items for your traditional tests or quizzes. So whether CAM or test, you have to make sure we follow the principles of reliability, validity, and fairness. Okay? So we'll go for reliability first. In terms of reliability, I think we all know, we've all done research. Talk about reliability is how much we can believe the results of the students. Yeah. If a student gets 83, and then Ahmad gets 83, but should you ask them or him to do the test again, will he get exactly 83? Okay. Or if he's the best student in the class, and then Hani is next to Ahmad, and then Ali is slightly lower, and the other one, Farah is the lowest. Okay, that's the ranking of the students. But let's say I test them again or I assess them again, would the ranking still be the same? So these are issues relating to reliability. Can we believe that the scores given to the students, if we were to repeat assessment, the score would be the same? Number one. Number two, if we have ranking of students based on one assessment, should we assess them again? Is the ranking still the same? If it is not, then there is a question of reliability. So in other words, reliability is a quality that you have to ascertain. You have to ascertain and you have to show evidence so that we can trust the method that you use or the assessment that you use in giving that marks or the grade to the students. Okay, so so that's reliability. Okay, we will go into reliability a bit more later, but I go next to validity. So just now I have the issue of reliability. Second, quality assurance is validity. Now validity, we have the last 2 hours, we've used the word. We all know already. We talk about is the question, is the SPM valid? Even though students don't go to school, they still get very good marks. It's valid. Okay. So in other words, we're questioning, are you sure that the test that they get, that they did in 2020 is the same test that 2018, 2019, okay, in terms of all the subjects that they do. Okay. So to what degree can we support that the results of A this year is the same as last year's results? Is it measuring what they're supposed to measure? Okay, so the 3 types of validity that I will go through. I will go through in the spirit of when you want to come for, all of us have experience in vetting, yeah? All of us are vetters before. And all of us have been been tasked at the department or at the Kulliyyah to do exam paper, to vet questions, or even to design assessment for the courses. So along those lines, we will talk about validity and the validity evidence that you have to show. Okay? So first, in some instances, you may have to show evidence of content validity, whether it is face or validity in terms of the content, face validity or content validity. And this we do all the time, yeah? In our vetting. In our vetting, we can vet each other's paper. Even though we come from different, or we teach different courses, we can we can vet each other's paper. But what is it in the vetting that you must have? First, you must have the test paper. What else must we have?
TST.
Yeah?
TST, test specification table.
Yes, you must have the TOS, table of specification, TST or TOS. Yeah? Then I have your TOS, table of specification, the topics covered, level of difficulty. Okay. Third, question paper, TOS or TST. And the third one?
Course outline, because you need to recheck with the content.
Exactly. There must be the course outline. So I can back your paper even I don't come from your department or I don't come from your Kulliyyah. But I must have these three. Right? I can look at the content validity in terms of face validity or the content validity, because in content validity, I look at whether you have covered what you cover in the course only. Okay? So that's where you look at, for example, some topics may not be there in the course, but that topic appears in your exam. Okay? So that's an evidence of content validity not being fulfilled, because you cover a higher level course content. Okay, and what else? Then we have the topics, topics and level of difficulty. Right now, topics and level of difficulty. So we say, okay, this topic. If I look at your TOS, topic 5, for example, topic 5 is you take high order. Topic 5 is a high order, right? So, but when I look at your course outline, so you want that to be a difficult question. But when I look at the course outline, I can tell from the course outline where that topic is. Okay, so I may question if topic 5 is in week 3, and you say that it is a high order question. So I may question if it is in week 3, normally, we will arrange our topics. All textbooks do that. Arrangement of topics is from the easy topics to the most difficult topics. Chapter 1 easy, 2 a bit more difficult, 3 still easy, and then it gets difficult, chapter 5, 6, 7, and then the last is normally the difficult concepts, difficult topics, or difficult concepts. So I may ask, why do you want to have an easy topic in a difficult question, as a difficult question? Okay? So I can, even though I don't know your topic, because yours is introduction to something management. Yeah? But I can tell from the document to ask you because of this, for the purpose of content validity. If you want it to be a difficult question, or if you want one question to be difficult, what we normally advise is take a difficult topic to become a difficult or a challenging item. Why? Because it's not cost effective. Exam is only 3 hours. If you take the most difficult topic, only knowledge and comprehension, is a waste of a question. Okay? Keep easy topics for the low order. Keep difficult topics or more difficult topics to be in the moderate or the high order. Because, especially in the exam, the number of questions is only limited that you can ask. What it means by high order is that, let's say, an analysis question. Okay, what it means by an analysis question is that if I can do an analysis question, that means I already know it. Even though you don't ask, what is blah, 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 you don't ask me, you already know, you, the lecturer, know that I know it because I can analyze. Because the taxonomy is hierarchical. What it means is that if I can analyze, I know it already, I understand, I can tell you in my own words what it is, therefore I can analyze. So don't have to ask me to go to the low level question, just go straight to the high level questions. And so I save number of questions. So those are the things in terms of content validity that we debate in. in a debate about in vetting sessions. Okay? So the principle of cognitive ability is that it's hierarchical if you go by Bloom's taxonomy. And I always tell my students, we equate it like a building. Yeah. If you want to go to the 5th floor, which is knowledge, comprehension, analysis, application, analysis, and evaluation. You want to go to the 5th floor, right? What it means is that if you are already, and then you go up to the 5th floor, what it means is that if you go up the elevator, you have already passed floor 1, you've gone to the 2nd floor, you've gone to the 3rd floor. That's how you get to the 5th floor. Okay? So I don't have to stop at all the floors because my destination is the 5th floor. So no need to ask lower order questions of the same topic if you have already that question in the high order.
Assalamualaikum, every good morning, Prof. Ainol.
Yeah.
If I may ask about the vetting session,
Mm-hmm.
okay, that you say that 3 items must be there during the vetting.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask your opinion about if the course, that paper is an integrated paper, consists of many disciplines, for example, chemistry, pharmacology, physiology. What will be, will be another extra things needed for the team of vetters? Because what I found, what I mean that sometimes it happened that the other discipline looking at the content of the question of different discipline, but is actually not within their discipline, so it will affect the things. But I need a fair and advice from you how to deal with this kind of paper with integrated paper, different discipline background, and will affect the content of answers and everything when they do the vetting and change many things.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got what I mean.
Yeah, I think I understand. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof.
Yes, integrated tasks and integrated papers, which is very important. I think later when we talk about alternative assessment design, I think we should go for that, integrated tasks. So when you vet, let's say the task is in final exam, you have multiple discipline in the question paper. And when you say just now, I say that course outline should be there. Yes. So we should have access to the course outline of the multiple content or the multiple content that the question has. So if it is in the task or in the test, there will be radiology plus this plus that. So all those course outline must come together for us to make a fair judgment and informed judgment about the content validity of the test task. Okay? Otherwise, we will come from our perspective only.
You mean during the vetting, is it, Prof?
Yes.
The people that the committee of the vetting must be who are the vetting must be consist of at least 2 of that discipline. For example, chemistry, physiology, different. Is it? Because the input that they will give might be different because of not familiar of the term used in that discipline.
Yes, to be fair, exactly, because of the integrated skills or integrated content. Yes, indeed. But even though they are represented, for chemistry and physiology just now come together, experts come together, but still the course outline of those 2 courses must be there, must be present for us to make the informed decision on the content validity. Did I answer?
Yeah, is answer. It's answer part of it, but it's okay. Because usually, what happened, when during the vetting, for example, one discipline, go and let's say I'm from one discipline, I go for the vetting for my question, representing my question, without other people from the same discipline of mine be there. So I do the question. I also vetting my question, but other people, another 5 or 6 is not from my discipline.
But it's an integrated question, right?
Integrated paper question is different separately. Question is different. Question is allocated for this discipline,
Not necessarily. So that's what I said. Actually, I can come to vet your paper. What I need is I have to have the course outline, I have to have the talks, and I have to have the question.
But how about the term that some of people not familiar in that discipline and try to change the term?
So that's where, in terms of content expert, what is content, then only the content expert can say something about the content or can comment about the content. But when I come in, I will just look at the principle of testing. That the question follows or does not follow.
Oh, principle. Okay, okay, I get what you mean. From
In the principle, for example, if you want to have high order questions, so what are the task words used? Okay, so the task words tell me that, for example, the task word is give reasons why you say that diagnostic A is more likely than diagnostic B. Diagnosis A is more likely than diagnostic B in this problem. Okay, so the task word is give reason, justify. So it's a high order. Okay, so then I may look at, okay, so what content does it use in order to justify whether A is the likely diagnosis or B is the likely diagnosis. So I can look at the course outline and see what are the contents that are covered, or whether the contents covered to answer the question. Another thing is I have to have also the answer key, question, answer key, toss, and course outline. So from the answer key, I know that all the content come from that course, not from third year or fourth year course, to know that it is content valid for the intended purpose.
Thank you, Pro. Thank you very much.
Okay, so content validity is what we do actually to look for evidence in our vetting. So that's why and that's where sometimes vetting takes hours and hours. I remember in my early days when I had to vet papers in some departments in human science. Sometimes they do it until very late evening because there are many papers, because of course at that time was face-to-face, everything has come to the meetings. Sometimes it runs until Maghrib time. So just sometimes it is necessary to go to that length in terms of time, because we have to make sure that we test is valid, and we want to make sure that it's valid because we want to make sure that the marks that we give will represent what we want to measure. Okay. So say for example, okay, this is a very old example that I took some years ago. Okay, so this course outline says one of the course outline is by the end of the semester course, the students are able to state the history of masjids. Yeah, describe the characteristics of a house from the Islamic perspective. Right. So then we see this question in the exam. What's the first two masjid built in history and who built them? Okay, so I am not from this discipline, but when I come to that, I know that, okay, there is a justification that this is a very easy question because it's only asking for no or don't know. What are and who. What, who, when are all task words that are knowledge. Remember or don't remember on the exam day, right? Okay, fine. Then I go to the learning outcome. Is that what they want from this course about content knowledge of masjid? Well, the outcome says the students are able to state the history of masjid. Okay, then it is acceptable as an easy question. Okay, because from the question and the content comes from this course because this course has that learning outcome that teaches the content that include all the history about masjids all around the world, for example. Okay, so is that very clear? So on the content validity?
Yes.
Rafa.
Yes.
We have questions.
Yes.
From Mr. Aizat Ali.
Okay.
If we use peer assessment for group project and we know the marks given does not reflect the contribution made, can we adjust the mark or to interfere with the marks?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's where actually the intervention rightfully should have come before the marks are finalized. Yeah. That's why I said just now in the spirit of alternative assessment, for example, project work, yeah, is not just giving the project to the students, but we have to come in as the lecturer to facilitate. Okay? How do we facilitate? If you take collaboration, teamwork, and time management, so you come in to facilitate to make sure that they are developing that and there is no issue in teamwork and time management and all the other things. So how you do it, it's really up to you. Sometimes some teachers use checklists, some teachers use reflection journal that they have to submit, and from the reflection journal, I read, I know, okay, 2 people are problematic to this group. That's why you come in to facilitate. There's an issue about teamwork in this group. You come in, but let's say those things didn't happen. By the end of the semester, oops, when I give marks, I somehow feel that 1 or 2 students don't deserve these marks. Okay? And so that's where you can come in, but how you want to differentiate that 1 or 2 students too, I don't have the answer. You may have another assessment for the group and then adjust the marks accordingly. But yes, you can do that, but how you do it really depends on you. I want to probably share, maybe I can share one of the things that my colleague, Dr. Joe, has done to verify marks in the RTL. For group work, if you have, Dr. Joe, he transformed the 40 marks to something, yeah, but it was done based on group because there's so many in the class, so he couldn't afford, he said, to do everything individual. So 20 marks group, another 20 marks individual. So when the marks are accumulated, so what he did was, so he found that there are quite a number of students who did very well. Okay, so to a certain extent, like 30% of the students actually got an A for that 40 marks. Yeah, so all A students had to do an interview. So interview the A students out of the 40. Chem is already taken care of out of the 40. So all A students had to answer questions or had to come for an interview to answer certain questions. Okay, each candidate only took about 3 to 4 minutes. Okay, so there were about 10, 9, 8 students there. The interview was done. Based on the performance of the interview, that was where the adjustments were made to the marks. Okay, if they are really good, and this is how much they have earned, they should have been able to answer those fundamental questions. I don't know what the questions were, yeah, but just to make sure that the marks really represent the students' ability. Okay, so that's just one example that I can show you, I can share with you. But probably there are many other ways that probably you can come up with some other measures. But you're right to say that if you feel that you do not trust, that means you yourself have question about the representativeness, the reliability of the marks, of course you can come in. What do you do? I can't say what we should do, but what I've just shared is what one colleague has done. For the A students, they have to attend interview, just very short interview. It's not an interview, they have to answer certain questions. So that's where, based on how they answer, is where the adjustments are being made. Okay, so did I answer that? Did I answer that question? I hope I did. Okay, but if not, perhaps later you can address this question again.
Yes, no, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Prof, can we go to another questions?
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
From the YouTube, from Dr. Wirawani, do we follow the bell curve, 20% A's, 60% B's, and 20% for C and below, when we mark students in a class in a class more than 30? Sorry.
Okay. Should we see a bell curve? Yeah, a bell curve for Chem only, or final exam only, or combined? So maybe I will answer based on two. Okay? Should you see a bell curve when you have combined Chem marks with finals? Okay? Or should you see a bell curve for final exam? Maybe I should also address, should you see a bell curve in Chem? Now remember, the spirit of Chem is assessment for learning, is alternative in nature, and there are so many attributes, skills that you want to develop based on assessment for learning. So therefore, students' marks can not vary so much. Yeah, because in assessment for learning, they are given more chance, they are given feedback, they can do drafts, they can better their work because it's being done over 14 weeks. Okay? So you should not actually see a bell curve in Chem marks. Should you see a bell curve in final exam only? So in a way, you should have a distribution because a final exam is meant for that. Remember just now I showed you the definition of examination or test. The definition of a test is to make inference about. Is it this one? Don't know where it is. To make inference about students' performance. Yeah, that is it. That it is. Okay. So when you want to make inference, we will go scientifically. You will make inference from the general population, right? In science, all of us have done research. Okay, so we don't have to do questionnaire on everybody. We just take sample. The sample will represent. If your sample results is like this, you have confidence to say that means the population is also like this. Okay, so what was I getting? So yes. So in other words, you will want to see. So your final exam should also look like a bell curve. There is your exam paper should differentiate the really good ones that are in the A. You should be able to identify the ones who are not really good, but they're not bad. So the ones in the middle. And there should be some that your exam paper should be able to identify who are really weak, who really have not grasp. Okay? So there should be some in the lower level. But whether it's a bell shape or perfect shape, it depends on the quality of your questions. Yeah, but enough to say that you must have that distribution. You must allow your exam paper to show that distribution because we want to make inference. Okay. But when you combine Chem and final exam, yeah, should you see a bell curve? So again, when you combine, you should also be able to differentiate. Sebenarnya, cannot be that everybody is an A, or everybody is an A minus and an A and an A minus. There must be a certain extent where you have the power to actually see the ones who really need help or still not following or not performing in your course. So you want to see. But when you ask the distribution, Dr. Wirawani just now, it's difficult to say whether you should have that equal distribution of 30, 40, 30. Depends on the quality of your paper and the quality of your assessment. We would like to see that your exams will differentiate the students, because that's the normal inference that we will make in the real world. You will always have people in the low, always have people in the middle, and always have people who really excel. Okay, right. So any other question? Is there any?
Yes.
Can I ask a question? Oh,
yes.
Apa? I tanya nanti lah. You go first. Yeah.
So?
Okay, one more from Dr. Hilal.
Okay.
Said, Prof, how to overcome overvetting? Frequently, we come across this issue after the final vetting. The question lost its original objective. Is it fair for question provider?
What happens over vetting? Okay, so I assume an over vetting will mean or will result in the test constructor, the person who construct the item, has this idea. This is the topic I want to cover. This is the level of thinking I want it to I want to target, and this is how I want the student to demonstrate his ability. Show the process or steps. So show the step. But after vetting, argue, the question totally becomes different. Now this is where you have to come back as the test constructor. You have to go back. We have the what's we call it? We have the say to the item in the final version, because you have the DNA. What is the DNA? That table of specs, TOS just now, TST. The TST is the DNA. So if your item has become something else, so which one should change? The DNA should change or the item should change? Okay? So you can actually defend yourself. So that's why actually in vetting, the test constructor should be there. Because at the end of the day, as test constructor, we follow the TOS. The TOS is the blueprint. Blueprint is like the DNA. Kan? It has a specification. This is what is target. This is how it should look like. And this is how it looks like now. But many people debate here and there, argue, content validity, construct validity, purposes, Somehow it changes. Okay. So which one should I follow? Follow the DNA or follow the comments changes done because of the comments of the vectors. So test constructor will have to come in. Department has to make the decision. Can I change? If I take this question after changes by the vectors comments, that means the task has changed. Department has to decide. Can we change the task then? Okay. If cannot, then you have to give reasons why the comments of the vectors cannot be taken into consideration. These things have to be in writing, Cannot change because you have the DNA just now. Okay. So did I answer that question? I hope I did. Yeah. Okay. Sifu Nasir.
Yeah, Nasir. I can ask a question. Yes. A very clear presentation. Like what can I ask? How do you differentiate between fake analytical competence and real analytical competence? Because do you think that this learning-based theory is rather trying to detach the quality of the teacher from assessment? I.e. assessment, what they call, that's a presupposition, all quality of teachers are the same, therefore just assess the content only, rather than in relationship with the teacher. So in that sense, can I say there's a limitation in being holistic. It's not really a truly holistic approach, just quasi-holistic. Can I say that? What do you think?
Okay. So if I understand your question, the first one you said, the analytical thinking. What's the term that you use just now?
Yeah, analytical competence is a fake. Is it? How do you differentiate as a teacher between a fake analytical competence and a real analytical competence? It seems to me that as though this theory assumes that there is an absolute objective assessment, a positivist assessment of what is analytical, what is not analytical, as though it is not related to, example, the quality of the teacher himself. All right, what do you think?
Yeah, okay. I think it goes back down to your practice, yeah, purpose of the assessment. If the purpose of assessment is analytical thinking thingy, you give questions or you give tasks, and it's supposed to, they're supposed to utilize the critical thinking or analytical thinking in completing the task. And then the task is a 30 marks task, right? So that's where you have to give marks for. So that's where I think we come in to see, to question, are this analytical thinking really happening? As how they complete the task, or is it a fake one? Because we just assume, because all these are constructs, yeah, constructs are hypothetical. So that is where we have to understand what is the practice first. What is it that we want? You want to develop it, or do you want to assess and measure it? Okay, so that's why I think the spirit of assessment for Sejahtera, yeah, I am in the committee, and we set up the newly set up assessment for the university assessment center. So we want to come in to say that we have this assessment for all these attributes, the height and all those things, yeah, which are really intangible. Right. Those are critical thinking because it's hypothetical. We have to see, we have to understand, we have to have an understanding that you want to, first of all, develop and measure. Then you can design it properly and say whether we are just faking it or we want things to happen and see it. Because a lot of things are actually intangible. Right? So I think we have to go for both, right? And I think in the spirit of Islam, for example, why is it that we're asked to pray 5 times a day? Right. And why is it that we have repetition of a lot of things in our compulsory ibadah that we all have to do? But ibadah is not restricted to just the ones that is compulsory, but there are so many other things that we can do to get blessings and to get the ajal and the rewards from God, right? But there is this compulsory thing, right? And this is how we see it now. Yeah, now that we're learning to look at all this very Eurocentric and very from human way of assessment. Yeah? Now we want to put a spirit of Islamization. So Islam actually has taught us for some things that is fixed that you will be measured. For example, the compulsory ibadah. We have to repeat. There's no way that you cannot. You have to fulfill it and you have to repeat it, and those are counted. Yeah. So I think the same spirit. So what is it that you want to do is important in the attributes. For sure, we know that we have to repeat. Yeah. So first, for example, if you want to develop, teamwork skill, because now it's very important. Teamwork and voluntarism. Yeah. Voluntarism and teamwork is very important, and this pandemic has taught us. Actually, 3.9 CGPA, 4.0 CGPA doesn't matter. Because now we want you to come up front and help the nation. The 3.9 are the ones who come up front and volunteer to distribute here these and volunteer this and volunteer that and help the nation in crisis? Not necessarily, right? So we now learn that there are attributes that we want to develop because we want that to happen. We want all these things to happen. So, and in development of these attributes, we know that it has to be repeated. So therefore, first year courses have to have that, second year courses have to have that, third year courses have to have that, compulsory to have that, fourth year courses also have to do that because with their cycle, we want to develop. Okay? But there are, like how religion has taught us, that benda yang wajib mesti ada. And to me now, voluntarism is wajib for our cucu and the next generation. Because disaster is going to come and come and come. And we know from social media behavior that less and less people actually care about others. Right? To care about ourselves. So it's compulsory to have. So maybe some of these attributes we want to give marks to, just to make sure that it will happen and students will take serious about it. But whether or not, thank you for highlighting it. It is a fake thing or a real thing that is happening. The responsibility is on us, the people in education, the lecturers, the department, to design your assessment in such that the process will be a genuine process that the students go through. Yeah? But how, I don't know. Tapi we have to think together lah. How is it that we will give marks to this along the way? Maybe third year must give marks for this, fourth year also must give marks. But how do we make sure that they get the marks not because they get the marks, but because it's happening? They're developing that attribute. And this is important. And we choose this because they're going to be the future leaders who take care of our children and our children's children. So this is what we want to develop. Okay? How? We must sit together. Okay? So it's lengthy, but I hope
it's good. It's good. It's good because you mentioned about the metacognitive assessment. It's very difficult to give up. We must work together. That's true. It's very good. All right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Where was I? Okay. Maybe I skip this. Okay. No, sorry. Yeah. I was talking about content validity. Okay. Since there are some questions you may have in the final exam vetting. Yes. In one paper, they say, oh, how come very few topics covered? Should final exam cover all topics? Or should they cover so many topics? And some topics are not covered at all. Is that okay? Okay. So we look at the course outline. Okay, this topic is here, the same topic is here, week this, week that, but it's not at all assessed. It's not at all present in the final exam. Is that okay? One vector say. Okay. So how do we answer these three questions? Should we cover all topics in final exam? And should all covered in assessment? The other one, the second bullet is assessment. Okay, it can be covered some final exam, some in CAM, some in whatever other assessment methods. And can some not be assessed at all? Okay, so what's your take in this? Anyone?
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Yes.
What some of us did, we cover, if let's say for all topic must be assessed, but it can be some covered in continuous assessment, some covered in final, but cannot over assess. That's why among the principle that our Kulliyyah said, I'm from Kulliyyah Pharmacy, they say like that, not over assess. If you already ask this component from the component from in the continuous, then don't ask in final. That's what we maybe believe lately.
Okay, good. Thank you for sharing. Yes, right. That is following the principle that because if it is exam oriented, final, test 1, test 2, yeah, we say we understand this now. A test is just a sample of behavior, right? Sample means we go to Giant, people sell cookies, and they say Would you like to sample some? It's really delicious. Do you run away with the whole jar? We don't, right? We only take some. Because if 1 or 2 pieces is good, that means the whole jar is good, right? So the same principle. So final exam should not cover on all. But you have a very good practice at your Kulliyyah just now when you said, if you did already
Kulliyyah
cover
pharmacy, yes.
yes, Kulliyyah pharmacy, don't over represent your items. If it's already covered test 1 and 2, so perhaps you want to cover other topics in a test. But if there are 65 topics altogether, do you want to see all topics covered in test 1, test 2, and final? Not necessarily. Okay. What the literature says in assessment, because test 1, test 2, test 3, and final, these are all achievement based. To know who knows how much after, who has achieved how much after going through the course. So in achievement, for the purpose of achievement, percentage of topics that can be covered, minimum, they say is 50% for achievement purposes. So the more, of course, the more the better. Okay? But test 1, test 2, and final altogether, you cover 60%, 40% not covered in the test. It's okay. Because remember just now, sampling. The principle of the testing is just sampling. So sampling for achievement, minimum is 50%. The more the better. But you don't want to over cover as well. Okay? One topic covered in test 1, covered in test 2, and also in test 3. Okay? So that's where your task stack plays a role, because I will see how many items each topic can cover. Okay? What about the last bullet? Some are not covered at all. Topics, some skills, some attributes. Not assessed at all. Not assessed, not tested. Not assessed, not given marks at all. Let me reword. Maybe some skills or attributes, you don't give marks at all. I think you know the answer from my response and discussion with Sifunase just now, right? Sometimes, but you must understand why you don't give marks. Right? You just want to develop it. They have to do the task, therefore they have to utilize that attribute. They have to show the attribute, but not giving marks is okay. Okay? Completing it, just like when I was, this is a side thing, because I was very secularly trained. I did my first and second degree in America. In the US, for example, on top of looking at your transcript, I'm sure all of you who graduated from the US, from the transcript. They don't just look at your CGPA when they want to hire you, because they also look at the sorority or the fraternity you belong. Because it tells kind of graduate you are from your enrollment or from your not ownership, from your participating, from your membership of sorority and fraternity. Okay? There are certain sorority and fraternity that will make you more employable, because they know that if you belong for 3 semesters, you belong in this sorority or this fraternity. That means you have these attributes. Because to belong there, you have to do A, B, C, D. If you don't do all these things, you cannot reinstate your membership in the next semester. You'll be dropped out. And those things are like, for example, some have to do like a lot of volunteer work, volunteer community service. They've got to lead this, lead that. Sometimes have to do real things like canvassing for the community. Help this and help that, and it's all part of being a member to that sorority. Okay? So then, belonging membership to sorority and fraternity like this, they don't give marks, no points.
But then to the prof, is it if we want to think the other way, can co-curriculum also be part of the assessment? That is another thing. If we are working looking at that direction also.
The sejahtera
That's the thing.
is following that spirit.
Yes.
Spirit, original spirit. Yeah, but the totality of the spirit is that for the co-curriculum, it does not have to be not graded.
Yep.
If you belong there and you are enrolled there, you
Hmm.
have a pass, you get a certificate. That means you have done. Kalau kita our what you call it, our publication tier 1 voluntary work already. If you belong to that
Yes.
co-curriculum.
I look at the Masonic education, the difference you mentioned you studied in America. The Masonic education in America is different than Masonic education in England. In Masonic education in US, they call it universal core masonry. They believe that all are equals, man, woman equal. Okay. In England, no, only men. So if you want to proceed to a higher degree in US, you cannot adopt, when answering question, you cannot adopt the British Masonry UGLE. You cannot. So there's a philosophy they have to somehow follow. They have to apply. Like you are saying, what is our philosophy? Sejahtera. What is our sejahtera? You have to make it precise. So no students can graduate if somehow they do not understand our philosophy.
Yeah. Yes. True. Very true. The American philosophy of education, higher education, is the liberal education. Yeah. So that's where, for example, doctors, they don't go into the medical in the first year. They have to get a degree first, because the degree is from the liberal education that is very broad to develop the person. First degree is to develop the person, okay, who can be functional in the society, in the family. So therefore, we can be in politics, we can be in discussion about history, we can talk about education, we can talk about, because of the exposure to be functional in a society, we have to do all this, we have to know all this. We have to be able to contribute in this area, even at a minimum, because you are exposed to it. Yeah, so that's, but and with this SAF, I don't want to step my foot on SAF, because I don't really belong to the committee development SAF, but I see it as following this principle. We want to develop the holistic person, so therefore we have that co-curriculum that actually should be the powerful mechanism to develop all the attributes there, skill, attribute, values. If you enroll in these two courses, for sure they will have this exposure, for sure they will have gone through these types of assessment that they have to do. No grades, maybe have to give grades, but doesn't mean anything. What is more important is going through the process, they will have been developed into, they will have instilled that values. Okay? All right. Okay, nanti I have to get in a different setting with you, si Funase. Let's talk more on that. But anyway, any more question in the other platforms? Because in chat I don't see any other question in chat, but is there the other platform that have got questions?
So far, no more question in YouTube.
Okay, good. Okay, I didn't realize that we also are on YouTube. Okay, so that's we're only there on the content, so that's the content. But there are certain instances for some of our assessment practices or situations where we have to give evidence of validity in relation to criterion, which is pretty judgmental. An example, I think in sciences also have that. So like in, I think a very classic example for us is the language requirement. Yeah, your students apply to go to your Kulliyyah, but after they apply, they are successful based on the credentials from the school or certificate. They don't go straight to your Kulliyyah. They've got to make sure they have to ascertain, the university has to ascertain their language proficiency. So if your program is Arabic, they will do the APT. If they want to go for the English program, we say that, okay, Malaysians, Malaysians, we are here, okay, you all have to take the EPT, right? But there are some students from different countries, they say, hello, I also have English results. I have IELTS results. Okay? If you say that EPT is band 6, but my IELTS is 5.5. Okay? And the students say, okay, IELTS 5.5 is same as 6. Okay? Or another student say, okay, I have TOEFL 400. So 400 is way above 6 EPT, the student say. So therefore, I don't need to go to self-part. I want to go straight to the Kulliyyah. Okay? Now, for that test, APT or EPT like that, where they can accept different test results, they have to show some criterion related evidence. That is, whether I take EPT or MUET or IELTS or TOEFL, right? They are of the same. If the EPT is 6, IELTS is don't know what, is the same. Okay? So that's where they have to show the criterion related evidence. And I think there are some also other disciplines or some other kuliahs that also have some kind of entry requirement, okay? Entry or prerequisite. So those kind of tests may have to have criterion reference evidence. Okay? But there is a third evidence of validity to make sure that your test measure what it's supposed to measure, which is construct validity. Okay, and Sifu Nasir just now mentioned about that all this, critical thinking. Critical thinking, when they answer the question, it is very hypothetical, isn't it? It's very theoretical. Kalau jawab answer betul ke critical thinking? Yeah. So that critical thinking, analytical thinking, and a few other skills, yeah, actually construct. It's just hypothetical. Even reading is also hypothetical. We say that get the right answer, meaning they can know the meaning of the words from the context. Betul ke? Right? So construct is also something that actually you can identify during your vetting. You can question construct validity in vetting. Yeah? And I want to just show you an example or share with you an example of what happened like many years ago in this listening test, yeah, that we had to do for the university. So in this listening test, normally listening test, students have to listen to the test, listen to conversation, listen to this, listen to that. But when they answer, they don't give the answer verbally. They have to write the answer, right? Okay? But it's actually for listening. But to respond, they have to write. Now, so what is the construct that you want to measure? Ability to listen to specific information or ability to listen to conversation, ability to listen to something. So this was what happened many years ago. For this test, many students got bad results. Okay, not so good, because the pattern before is for this test, many should get okay. Many people got not so good results in this, so I had to come in and look at the exam. So there are many reasons why, but there is an instance where there is an issue of construct. Okay, so in the test, they had to listen to conversations. Yeah, so they had to listen to conversation, and then after the conversation, listen to the question, and then answer the question in writing. Okay, so I just want to test you now. Okay, the ability that I want to test, the construct. Yeah, this is hypothetical. If you get the answer, means you have listened to me correctly, or you have listened to me and you are able to get the information from your listening. Okay, So you are going to listen to something and then you are going to write your answer. So I want you to write your answer, get a piece of paper and get a pen. Okay. You will be listening to a conversation. Then you will be listening to a question. Then you write your answer. You write your answer in full. Okay. Unfortunately, somehow that video that I had, the audio, got lost when I reformat my computer. So you just have to listen to me. Okay. In this conversation, there are two people talking. Okay. Two men. One is a native speaker, the other one is a non-native speaker. So they are in front of this building. This building, let's say that building that you see behind me. Okay. That building, they're thinking of converting the building. This filthy rich native speaker is thinking of investing to that building. Okay, want to buy it and invest it. And there is this Malay man. He is the negotiator. So they are in a conversation to finalize whether to buy or to not buy this building. Right? So this is the conversation. Two men. So the first man said, oh, oh, this is a nice building and its location is really nice. I think it's gonna make into a really nice 5-star hotel. Okay. Then the second man said, oh yes, I think it is going to make a very nice 5-star hotel. But I think it's going to, you will have to invest a little bit of money in it. And I have asked the contractor or the construction, I've asked for some quotations of renovation. Okay, that Malay man said. And the English man continued, oh, how much do you think it's going to cost me to convert this building into a 5-star hotel? Then the man said, oh, I've already asked, and they say it's going to cost you around about 6.5 million ringgit. Okay, then the conversation stopped. So now, in 30 seconds, can you write the answer to this question? How much is the renovation going to cost Mr. Davis, to convert the building into a 5-star hotel? I repeat, write your answer now. Okay, write in numbers. How much is going to be the renovation to convert the old building into a 5-star hotel as estimated by the second man? Okay, done? 30 seconds gone. Okay, now in the chat box, what I want you to do is, oh, okay.
6.5 million.
Okay, so what did you hear? Tell me, what did you hear? 6.5 million. You said 6.5 million, right? Okay. So, okay. So most of you listen correctly. So in other words, the construct that I want to measure is ability to listen. Okay, listen to information, specific information. But now, my question is, my question was, in that exam, they had to choose A, B, C, D, or E. Many students choose this. Now I want you to look at your answer. How many zero do you have? How many zeros do you have? You heard me correct, right? You said just now 6.5 million, betul lah tu. But how many zeros should you have?
6.
6.
Instead of 8.
6. 8. Anybody have?
Not 8.
Not 8. 6.5 million, 60 or 50?
50.
50.
It should be 50.
Should be 50.
Yep.
Yeah, if 60 is going to be 65 million.
Yes.
Yeah. So some of you salah lah kalau you put 60.
It's 50.
Yes.
50.
Put 6.5 million. One
Yes.
would be wrong because I said put them in numbers. So you did not get that 1 mark.
Yeah.
So when I ask you to answer verbally, most of you will have gotten that 1 mark because you said to me, dengar, right? You listen carefully. You listen and you got it correct. You said you listen, you dengar, you heard a 6.5 million. But when you want to write, what other skill is equally important? Not just listening, but when you want to write the answer, what is
Follow instructions. We have to follow instructions.
follow instruction? But when you follow the instruction to write the answer, what skill?
Numeracy skills.
Listening.
Numeracy skill.
Numeracy skills.
I may listen to you correctly, but when I write, I wrote 50 or 60, sorry, 60. Okay. So with the 60, or I mean, when I listen to you correctly, but I just put 6.5, not the exact number, then I also do not get 1 mark. Okay. So in other words, what is more important? Listen carefully or numeracy skill? Both play equal importance. Or in some cases, I listen carefully, but when I write, I don't know 60 or 50. So my numeracy skill plays a bigger role to get the answer correct or wrong. Okay, so that is a question of construct. Got it? So these are the things that actually in vetting we can try to identify, because we don't want students to not get the answer, or we don't want them to be able to get the answer, but they're not utilizing that skill or construct that you want to measure. Okay. Another example, if I have time, I think I have time. Okay. So that's construct. So that's where that's why when I said earlier, sometimes vetting takes so much time or takes a long time because we will go through all these processes to make sure that the item measures what it is supposed to measure. Okay, what do you think? You see this item on the screen. Okay, what do you think this item is supposed to measure? What do you think this question is supposed to measure? What skill? What subject? What subject does this item come from? This question come from? Math, English, science, mathematics, English, science, geography,
Biology.
Plant biology, plant related to plant.
Yalah, plant lah. Biology.
Biology tumbuhan ada ke?
Okay, all right, good. Biology. But actually, I took this is a real item question item in 2004 when math and science started to be taught in English in primary school. So I did a little study on the questions that the students had to answer in school, and the questions that are constructed by school teachers. Okay, so I took this actually from primary 2 at that time. Tahun 2, primary 2, so 8 years old. So which subject do you think in the primary school this came from? So most probably not biology, but it must have come from?
It's science, right?
Science, yes. So this is a science test paper that I took from. Okay.
Gosh.
In other words, to answer this question, the students have to have their sub-skills in science. Yeah. Sub-skills like knowledge of plants, types of leaves, and then the features of different types of plants. Okay. In the science subject. Okay. Those are the sub-skills in science. But now this boy did not get this question correct. Okay. So what do you think is the answer? A, B, or C?
B.
B. Yeah. So you utilize
It's B.
in science, and then you know it's B from the description of the first, second, and third description. Okay, but this boy got this question wrong. They got this answered this wrongly. Okay, so I sat down with this boy, whose question paper I took from that school and from the class teacher. So I took this from his class. So then I sat down with him. So what I did was I asked him to read the question with me. Read that first, then read the question, read the answer. So So he read the question. Okay. So the way he read the question is just exactly like how I read this question now. This plant has fruit. This plant has. Okay. So he stumbled there. So when I stopped him, I said, his name is Afiq. Yeah? Happened to be my nephew. So I said, Afiq, why do you stop there? Why do you, repeat? Why you stop there? Continue reading. And then she said to me, Auntie, in the textbook is Jagged. Okay. I said, oh, really? So if it is Jagged, so what's the answer? So immediately he gave me, or he said to me, B is the answer. Okay. So but he didn't answer B. For this one, I think he couldn't remember A or C, but not B, right? So in that exam, that means he knew science then. He knew all this knowledge. He knew about plants, types of plants and their leaves and the features of plants, of different plants. But what was the skill that got himself wrong? What contributed to his wrong answer? That played a major role to get the wrong answer for this question. What's the construct that he used? What do you think?
What is his answer actually? The wrong answer.
I can't remember what he answered, but the correct answer is B. Yeah. But what was the skill? So where he stumbled at and then he said, okay, in the textbook is Jagged. And I said, what? Yeah, jagged leaves, he said. And then I said, oh, okay, so if that is it is, so what's the answer? So he gave me papaya. But on that day, of course, he had nobody to ask because it's an exam. Okay? So what was his skill? What was the skill he used on that day that he got the wrong answer?
He memorized, right?
Yeah, but what does that Jagged, what is that? What skill is that? What skill? What construct? What
Comprehension.
Yeah, but not just comprehension. What is Jagged and as compared to Jagged? Vocabulary, right?
Vocab, yes.
Vocabulary is in which subject? Language, right? So his English.
Yes, English.
Is the one that is used to get the answer wrong. Yeah? So he doubted, he wasn't sure, because if it is that jagged, I know la papaya, he said, but I'm not sure. Okay? So maybe this has a different meaning. So all these things are the language skill that got him to answer wrong. Okay, so jagged leaves are the one with jags, yeah, jaggers. But so that this is another example of the construct that we question the item, that the item wanted to measure. Because in this case, in the example of I just gave, there is another skill that is important in getting the answer correct or the answer wrong. That means they must know the right vocabulary. But he wasn't sure because it's now Jagged. Okay? So his mom came to us and was very angry. Why like this? Why is it they do spelling error like this? Afiq could have gotten 1 mark. Okay. But then I said, okay, itulah, they should have corrected this. Okay. So that's your responsibility as the vetter, to see that these things don't happen in the final exam, because it may contribute to getting the answer wrong or to getting the answer correct. Okay. That is not related to, in this case, is science. Okay. Topic science plants, but it is language that got the answer or made the student got the answer wrong. Okay. So construct validity in question. Okay. So we have to read, we have to be meticulous about questions, how the questions are worded, the choice of words. So going back to Afiq just now, his mother was very angry and he said, oh, I want to call the teacher. I want to call the teacher now to make sure, you know, she gets 1 mark. But I stopped her and I said, no, we have to ask first. Maybe they have done the correction. So we asked Afiq, did the teacher do correction? He said, I don't know, because I sat at the back. I didn't hear, something like that. Yeah. So these things, if it doesn't go through your vetting, it went through your vetting people, the vetters did not see this, it got into the question paper. Okay. So sometimes if you are even in our when we do our duty as a we've not done this for so many semesters, I forgot the invigilating. If you are the invigilator, sometimes we invigilate different papers, right? Not our own paper. Sometimes when we read while waiting, or boringly waiting for the students to do the paper, to the questions, sometimes we read and we find something weird in the questions. You have the every right to ask the either the, I don't know, you have course coordinator or whoever, is this right? Because if you have doubts, even as an invigilator, it could be something like this, okay, that may contribute to the construct that you want to measure. And I have actually experienced this in real life. So when it's not my paper, I don't know what head to tail about the paper, but the question says, give reason to your answer. Okay? Give reason to your answer. So then I question, give reasons or give reasons? Reason or give a reason? Sorry, give one reason, a reason, or give reasons. Which one is which? Because it affects how your students answer, right? Because if you say give reasons, your students will give many reasons. But if you just say give reason, it means one reason is acceptable. But the marks is 5. So if I give 1 reason, I get 5 marks. If I give 2 reasons, I also get 5 marks. Are we the same? The person who gives 2 reasons or 3 reasons from the person who gives only 1 reason? Are we the same? Let me ask you. For one question, the question say whatever, and then give reason why you say is that. Okay. One student give only 1 reason. Another student give 2 reasons or more. Will you give them the same marks? Let me ask you.
Usually we number it. How many that we ask? Rarely that we do general. But if the student give more, for example, we ask 2, the student give 4. Some of us just look at the first 2 and ignore the other 2, not to be fair to other students who really give 2, but one is correct, one is wrong.
Yes. Why is it that you can't give more for the students who give more?
Not fair for the friends who, for example, if us give 2 reason, the other one give 4, The other one give only 2. The one give 2, one reason is wrong, one reason is right, 1 mark. But the one that give 4, if we only mark the first 2 is okay. But if we look which one out of 4 is correct, then problems.
Yes, yes, exactly. So that's the very reason. What is it that you want to measure? Ability to get it right by showing just one reason, or showing one reason out of many, or as many reasons as possible. So you have to be very direct, you have to be very exact. Okay? Otherwise, yes, very true to say that you are not being fair. We want to be fair. So you have to identify this in the vetting. Okay? So if there is 5 marks and the question say give reason, so it has to be just give a reason. Okay? Then everybody will only be awarded for 1 reason. Even if they give 10 reasons, only 1 reason or the first reason will be marked. Yeah? But if you want to have more, then you have to spell out how many reasons you want, because that's what you want to measure. Ability to give at least 2 reasons or at least 3 reasons. Okay? Now, okay, we're running out of time. Okay, the other one. Another example of this is the same boy, Afiq, yeah, who also got this item wrong. Okay, another example of construct validity. Yeah, he got it wrong. He was a boy who, since 4 years old or 5 years old, he went to Kumon. So Kumon student should not get this wrong, but he got this wrong. Okay, so when I sat down with him, I asked him, Afiq, let's do this. Let's do the same thing like you did with the previous one. I want you to read. But in this case, he didn't read. What he said to me was, Auntie, I don't know how to match the number. Huh? Okay, so that's why he got it wrong. Actually, he skipped this question. Okay, so why did he got this item wrong? Okay, what was the contribution to get this item wrong? Again, the question is fill in the missing numbers. It means something. These are 8 years old, year 2, or 8, 9 years old, year 3. So they want to do what you ask them to do, but you have asked them to do a confusing thing. They're messing the number. So spelling error. So language there. Because of the language error, then students get confused. They don't know the answer. They don't get the answer correct. They lose 1 mark or 2 marks. It could be, instead of getting 50, they get a 48. Okay. So again, an issue of construct. Okay. Okay. Now it's already 12:30, so I think I will just skip a few and just go back to basic just now when we talk about why we have to understand now the principles of reliability, validity, and the principle of assessment. Why? Because we want to make sure that we are being just, we're doing the right thing. We know that we're doing the right thing. We know why we're doing things by knowing the principles. Okay? And I think the last, before I end, in this RTL, though I put fairness as the last topic to be covered this afternoon, this morning, yeah, but actually fairness, what we learn from RTL is very important in assessment, because we have seen, yeah, from what changes that we do in our assessment, sometimes we are not being fair, right? The last 2 semesters, we have seen that the students, SFS, student feedback, most of the departments, most of the Kulliyyah students are saying we are not being fair to them because we've changed the assessment to be a little bit more demanding. Okay, so fairness is about that. Okay, it's not just only about bias, but in this RTL, we know that once we change the assessment method from final exam to something else, because we cannot have exam, we want to a certain confidentiality. What we change are still being fair to the individual students, because he will not involve, one of you said is now, more SLT, more student learning time, will not burden them more. It should be of the same value in terms of time that they spend, in terms of the principles that the students, that the assessment is designed. Okay? And fairness is also very important when you have students of different backgrounds. And in the RTL, we have to take into consideration access. Yeah, if we give group projects, for example, group projects, you have to, and the group projects are all online now. Okay? Everything is online. Discussion online, look for data online, look for client online, look for problem online. Everything is online. So one issue of fairness in your assessment is accessibility. Will all students be able to do your tasks because they have access to online the same or not? Okay? So there's a thing that you have to establish. We have to establish. I have to remind myself too. That I have to make sure that if I give this task in this RTL, everything is online, will there be students who may not have the access because of the background that they come from? Okay? They may come from, I've got students who come from not very remote area. They're from Kuantan or something. But the locality of their place is such that the Wi-Fi is bad. Okay? They don't come from B40, but it's just that their family live in an area where the Wi-Fi is bad. So, you know, I have a checklist and discussion, and this cannot fulfill most of the things because he has to do things according to the availability of the internet. Okay? So am I being fair? So all those things we have to establish at the beginning of the semester before we actually give the students the assignments or the tasks for our continuous assessment that we normally do in face-to-face time because of the challenges that the students have to face now in this MCO and pandemic and relying too much on online. Okay, so let me open for discussion. Maybe some of you have got some issues with this when you talk about fairness. Any issue or anything want to add? Presentation, simple thing like presentation. It used to be that they will do their presentation in front of the class, right? But now all presentations are online. I have students who say that, Madam, sometimes if I put my camera on, then internet not stable. Okay? So when the internet is not stable, I give less mark to the student. But for another student in his locality, the presentation all went very well and good. I give full marks to the students or more marks to the students for that. Now, am I being fair? Am I being fair with that? And this example is from my real own experience.
No, not really.
Yes. We will be questioned on our fairness because fairness is about equality. Are we being equal? Because of the background, the differences in our students from where they come from. Okay? Dulu, before the pandemic, we only talk about fairness when it comes to challenge students in terms of challenging with learning disability or learning needs. Yeah? But now, you know, students are all able students, but is the facilities, the infrastructure that does not allow them. Okay? I've got students, for example, they can open the internet and they can open their mic, but on top of when they present, because this is live presentation, when they present, suddenly I hear chicken, bakoko, and then I hear this, and I hear that, and then I hear Ali, cepat. Who's that? I cannot focus on his presentation because there's so many other distractions, yeah, in terms of noises. And I tend to give less mark because I give the marks live. Okay? So if you have challenges like that, what do you do? Now tell me.
Prof, maybe we can just the marks, the bulk of the marks should be given on the content of the presentation.
Yes. You have to go.
I would do that. Yeah.
Yes. One of the things is probably to go into the rubrics. The old rubrics may not be relevant anymore. Yeah. So some rubrics, the old rubrics, the ones pre-pandemic, you have that facial expression, you have eye contact, right? All those things now with this internet instability and whatever challenges that internet is stable, but it's just that they've got 3 other siblings who also do online learning at home, and then the mother, father, all also working from home. And then, or some of my students have to do their presentation under the house, rumah kampung, bawah rumah, because that's the most stable internet. Yeah? That's where you hear the waves, the chicken, this shouting. Yeah? So you have to modify sometimes. We modify the rubrics because we have to be fair. So some items have to be taken out. But in some instances, you also may want to change some other things. What experiences do you have with this in terms of being fair with your assessment? That changes that you need to do. Anyone wants to share anything?
I think we have to. Sorry, tengah serba gila. And I think we have to now extract what is, like you mentioned just now, about what is wajib and what is like fundamental that students have to know, rather than to be idealistic. I think the problem is that we mix everything up nowadays. Like we are used to before pandemic, kita uji semua, that's everything. That's the thing lah. What is the fundamental things that must know? But there's another problem also. I see the problem of this problem has been bugging me for many years. Is the problem of language, that whether it's post-pandemic, it's pre-pandemic, what the case may be. I think somehow I feel quite guilty because the fact is that students come with different language background, and sometimes we put them under the same roof in the same class and you evaluate them on an equal level, but they are not equal. I feel that people who are very proficient in English, they tend to be more articulate and more critical, in fact, that students are struggling with English, but still we are the one who allow them to pass their English course. So I don't know. This is a problem that's been bugging me for many years.
Yeah, I can relate to that. I can relate to that certainly, because sometimes we face that. Sometimes, especially when we have assessment via, they have to report either in written report or they have to report verbally. You will see that some students who do very well is because of their language. Yeah? And you have some students who are actually struggling with the language, but they try their very best, and you somehow tend to give lower marks. It's not so much of the content, but you get influenced by the delivery. So actually, that's why I am very happy to see one of the attributes in the Sejahtera framework is in higher, is that the reading and communication, because actually communication is actually very important. And just like I said just now, when Allah wants to decide on us, at the end of the day, it's just not one track. It's all the multiple track. Yeah, it's not just our ibadah wajib khusus, but at the end of the day, all the things that we do. So in assessment, I think we have to take experience that it's not just that assessment based on that presentation. So that's why we have the continuous assessment, where you can see. You can sometimes see effort. You can sometimes see how much they have done. Perhaps you want to contribute marks or points for those kind of things. As much as you want to just see the output, which is a written report. Somebody whose English is very good, written report is very good. But actually, we see the effort, not as much effort and not as much whatever other things for the other students. That's why I think that's where we have to be fair there again. Yeah? And to me, the hikmah of this pandemic actually is a wake-up call for all of us to actually have that reflection. We've been doing this for a long time. Now we need to do the changes. Those changes that we do we must make changes based on informed decision. So these are the things, and this is the effort, I think, of the CPD to make all of us to go back to the principle, to understand the principle, so that we can be just and fair to our students. Also to ensure that this is the way to achieve what we want to achieve. I think I have one question in the chat. What is your comment on the structure of questions and the student answer in the class? Does that mean the student said there are 5 things nobody knows except God? Mention 3 of them. The student's answer was, you say nobody knows, then how I know? Okay, right. There are some students who challenge you back. Okay? But actually that is an indication of thinker. Think not very lateral, goes beyond what you say. Right? Actually, those kind of things should not happen in final exam. Because final exam is very standardized. If they ask you back in the final exam paper, that kind of questions, that means there is something wrong with our question. So next time, we have to have that kind of question, we have to change the way we ask. Okay? It's good that he asked because he is reflecting, thinking, challenge you back because he's thinking in a different way of reflecting on his thinking or reflecting on the question. Okay. All right. So I think 12:45 already. The next session is going to be at 2, right? So I think we need to somehow stop here so that we can have ample time for lunch. Though we are all at home, lunch is just behind the door. I think we have to have ample time to lunch, have our salat, and also, because we are working from home, we have to address the fact that there's so many other issues also we have to settle at home. Because the children are schooling at home, our spouses are also next door. For the ladies, we have to make sure lunch has arrived or lunch is on the table. So other things, so many other things. I think we have to stop now. So I think for the whole morning, we have established these principles of assessment that are very important in our assessment. I think we have also had very good discussions, very good questions and comments. If you have still some issues or comments on reliability, validity, or fairness, we will continue a little bit after we come back at 2 o'clock. But otherwise, I need to go to the last topic, which is on item analysis. Yeah? Item analysis. So before we go to the topic, we will just do a reflection on the morning session and opportunity to ask a few more questions before we go on. Okay. So I think CPD, if you allow us to stop here, so we will break and then come back at, is it 2 o'clock? CPD, is it 2 o'clock? Okay, they're not here, but let's break here. Okay, and then we come back at 2 o'clock. Okay, so with that, we delay and we have a short break. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see each other at 2 o'clock. Okay,
Thank you so much, Prof.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Prof. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Prof.
Happy lunch, everyone. Thank you, Prof.
Yes, happy lunching. Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think it's too great if you can think if you need to attend other workshop, what will be the schedule later in future? Okay, Chromba Alpha. Okay, reliability. Okay. Okay, so we're waiting for the full house to for the session to be full house. Maybe I can attend to some of the questions. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back. So the next 2 hours, inshallah, we are going to do on the last topic. Before we go to the last topic, there are a few questions that pop up in the chat. Maybe I also will allow some.
Waalaikumsalam, Prof. Welcome back.
Okay, so there's this question about Chromba Alpha and reliability. Yeah? Okay, the concept of reliability in research is in general the same concept as reliability when we talk about reliability of our assessment. Just now we said in assessment, yeah, in our practice of assessment, when we talk about something that is reliable, we talk about what we can believe. When we talk about SPM earlier, yeah, much earlier, whether we can believe the results of the SPM. Because we're saying there are too many A's. How can there be too many A's? How can the results be better than previous years? Because their students don't go to school. Most of the time they were doing online. We expected that because of the online learning, then the students should do not fairer, but in fact a little bit worse than the previous years because of the disruption. We thought that online disrupts the learning. So we don't believe the results. So that's a question of reliability. So then, assuming this new minister said, okay, yes, we don't believe it, so let's do the test again. Okay. So should we run another SPM to all the 2020 candidates on all the subjects? Would the results be the same? Yeah. So because we don't believe the first results, original results, so we want to test them again. Would they be getting the same grade? Would they be getting the same marks? So we repeat the exam in order to ascertain whether the results will be the same or not. So it's the same concept in research when we talk about reliability. So we have the Chromba Alpha. So that value, so statistically, reliability value is given to you. Okay? So that value is about the replicability of the results. Should we do it again? Okay. Of course, I will not go at length about how the statistics calculations and all that, but that value means should we replicate it? How much confidence will you be that the results will be the same? Okay, so that value is about. That value is the reliability value, and the calculation for Chromba Alpha is Chromba Alpha is the reliability value or the reliability index. Okay, so the higher the value, if I get 175 in the first test, I get a 75 in the second test. That means 75 over 75. 1.0, right? Okay, so that means it's a perfect match. That first administration and second administration is a perfect match. But of course, in reality, if you give me again, I may fare lower or I may fare higher. Okay, so that value will depend. The best match is 1.0. Okay, the closer it is to 1.0, that means the better the match between the results. So the better the reliability value, the more preferred reliability value. The lesser the value, the lesser match between results, and the less preferred Chromba Alpha or the less preferred value for reliability index. So that's the basic concept. So it's the same thing. Okay? So would it be great if our workshop can cover on that? Okay, unfortunately, this is on assessment. If it is on research, we will do on that reliability and validity in research. But this is reliability and validity in assessment. So unfortunately, it's beyond the scope of this session. But of course, if you want to do it, RM courses, research method, which is also sometimes conducted by CPD, will have this topic on reliability in research. And we'll touch on Carbon Alpha and the reliability index. That will be scheduled later in the future. Yeah, CPD. So this is a call for CPD, inshallah. And there is probably a need to deal on this topic, reliability and validity for research. Okay. All right. So, I think we have more than half of the original number. So I think we should start now. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Host disabled participant screening sharing. Okay. Can I be given the permission to share my screen? Okay, so we will continue from before. So Alhamdulillah, I think the whole morning we have disabled participant from screen sharing. So we wait for CPD to allow me to screen share. What we have done, concept, principles in assessment. We've understood that. And we also have understood what are the principles in assessment in ensuring quality assessment. There is, if you want to ensure that your results are believable, can be believable, you measure what you're supposed to measure in terms of validity, there are concepts, there are principles that we have to abide by, that we have to follow. So then, let's go before we go to the other topic. Let's just spend like 10-15 minutes, 10 minutes maybe, considering that we have been in a remote learning mode for the last 3 semesters. What are some issues in relation to reliability and validity that you probably have, or you probably now?
Online, Prof. Online.
Online, okay. So what are some issues that maybe we can discuss?
For example, Prof, I just want to share one experience that we have in CFS the other day. You know what happened? Initially, we put the examination in what we call I-Taklim, where we can shuffle the question and so on. You know, the structured question, we can change the value and so on. But then what happened, in the real time when we do it, because we have more than 1,000 students, what happened, the system, cannot cope with that. Due to that, after waiting, actually we wait around 1.5 hours, and then we need to revert to a second option, where we use a Google form, we use a Google platform, where we cannot do that. We cannot shuffle the question and so on and so forth. So basically the question there, is it the what we call the exam valid? Is it reliable? And then these are the things, the question. So there's some of the issues, because theoretically we can say that the system can hold, but then in reality the students are everywhere. Some of the connection are not good and so on. Although we say that theoretically whatever things that these IT things, for example, just now some people say that you can use authentication, whatnot, but then in reality sad to say the system, I would say the system support, but then what about their internet connection? And so, for example, let's say we switch on the camera and so on. So these are the issues. Allah, I don't know whether it has been addressed in your presentation.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate that question. Yes, one of the issues in remote learning is that we had to resort to online testing. And our online testing has been the conventional answer the question test, but the questions are put online, either live, synchronous, that means they do it there and then you have 120 students screen, they're all doing it at that time. Or
120 is still okay. We have more than 1,000.
Oh yeah, say 1,000, and then you give Google form. Yeah, so that is where you have those 3 issues that we have to answer. One, is it valid? Is it measuring what you're supposed to measure? And the results are reliable? And is it fair? Okay,
Yes, Prof. Is it fair then? Those who are having good internet connection, know that is they okay. But then those who are struggling,
accessibility.
yes,
We talk about accessibility, then there is a question of fairness. Are we fair? Because could it be? I watch some of my children who,
yeah,
UITM,
yes, Prof.
the synchronous exam, and I see some of the children actually struggle because in the middle of doing the test,
Yes, disconnected. You know?
disconnected. But the time is only 2 hours.
Yes,
So when they get back, they have less than half an hour to finish everything. Then it's
let's say we somehow we give a buffer, but then still, issue will it be fair?
Are we fair or not? Okay. And then the results, because we have to process the marks.
Yeah, definitely.
So we process the marks. Students get the mark. So do the marks represent what they really have?
Yes.
Or is it because of some other factors that contribute to the lesser marks, or some students get more marks, not because they know more or they can do more, but because they had no issue with the internet. So those things we have to sit down together and discuss how best. But the principle is this: the higher the stakes the examination is, the more you have to ensure reliability, validity, and fairness. What does it mean by higher stakes? Like our exams, if it carries 40%, anything more than 30% or more is high stakes. Because 30%,
correct, Prof. That will determine their grades, though.
Yes, 30% can be, if they don't have that 30 marks,
yes,
is a difference of 3 grades away. Right?
Definitely, correct.
3 grades is very high stakes.
Yes.
SPM is a high stakes exam. There's no way they can do it online. Actually, we went to ministry. A few of us were called by the ministry in 2020. July, August, because they were thinking of converting some of the SPM papers to online. They wanted to have an expert opinion. So these are the issues we raise for our presentations. Elaborate, valid, and fair.
Definitely.
By that time, I think they had all sorts of surveys done already. More than half of the.
That's why basically SPM they resort back to the traditional way of doing the exam.
Yes. Then they decided after a few sessions and a few points of view from experts, they decided there was no way, no one paper. They were considering at that point maybe some paper, maybe not all. Sejarah ke apa ke, but when they have understood the principle, they said there's no way we can do it. Because one of the major issues, and we had to report to UNESCO, because these are high stakes.
Yeah,
high stakes it determines the educational path of the children. And if our survey says that more than half of the children actually do not have access.
Definitely, correct, Prof.
The whole world is going to point fingers at us. Because it may mean some of the children cannot go into higher education. Not because they don't do well, because we did not take care of assessing them fairly. So that's why they said eventually that they will just move. The exam has to be face-to-face. All of the papers have to be face-to-face. Traditional.
Traditional way.
Traditional way, which is still answer the question. And they just had to move it to 2021. Because they even called the Australian team to actually come and do presentation on having some of the exams online. When the Malaysian team came and we advised and looked at the statistics and the background, first of all, we say, well, first thing, because this is high stake, the first thing is fairness. And then go for reliability and validity. Let's go for fairness first, because this is the masa depan generasi.
Correct, Prof.
Itu yang because it's a standardized, all children will have to do. So fairness comes first. Answer that question first, and answer with information, principle. Baru we go for reliability and validity.
Correct, Prof. For example, ni lah CFS student ni, Prof.
So,
Their result final will determine whether they go to which kuliah. Because just now I was going through some data with Ahmad, some of the students could not make it to medicine, for example, and to pharmacy and so on, because of their results, So I've been wondering, I have been be fair with them, Should we, give additional consideration, not only on their final results, So these are the things that
the hard things, the more you have to take into, we have to be very careful about validity, fairness, and reliability. And that is where you also may have to change some practices. That sometimes you can have the traditional assessment, but probably make it in smaller chunks or smaller percentage. So don't make it very high stakes. So if 30% is your benchmark to say it's high stakes, so make it 20 only. The other 20 come from something else, alternative, but you want to see individual effort.
Yes, correct. You want to see individual effort, correct.
You give tasks that is individual in nature. But that will mean maybe extra work for us. But at the end of the day, actually, kita nak fairness comes first.
Correct, Prof.
We want to be fair first. Then
can I interrupt? I think I got my humble opinion, 2 cent opinion is that the problems also arise because of our system, that our assessment is paper assessment. That's from the very beginning. So we have already removed the teacher centered approach already. That is the problem actually now. I think that perhaps you shouldn't rely on the final exam, paper exam, if and only if the students has online problem, for instance, like my students, many of them are they have problem, online, and really problematic. It's not their fault, So what I do is that to top up, I call them personally. I call them, I use my own credit. I call them. Interview them personally for 1-2 hours. I say, okay, when are you free? You go to this. I call you. Don't worry. I'm using the normal. Well, they are not paying anything. I'm not using even WhatsApp call. I call them personally. Interview them. And you know whether the student has read and really understood or not. Only lecturers know that. Perhaps there must be a mechanism where what they call lecturer can actually give them a chance to prove that this student, even though maybe they do very badly in paper,
they are worth it, and they are worth it.
Yeah, they're worth it. They're worth it. Yeah. Stay away,
Yes, indeed. Cik say very true. That means you go for the same principle, which is traditional in nature. They have to answer question, except for this answering question is verbal, and then it's still individual, but it is not on paper, because we know now paper is translated now to online. With all these challenges in online, it may not be fair to all students. So therefore, you call. So there are many ways that we can do it. That's one of the ways, and has been done. I know of a few colleagues who have done that. For A students, they have extra things they need to do just to verify these are A students. So these are the things I think there's no one lecturer who can decide, but we have to hold our hands together and decide. And because this is everybody's responsibility. And there's no one correct way of doing it for all the students or for all disciplines. Perhaps for some discipline it's like this, for another program is like that. So we have to find ways, and we know that that online assessment or online testing can never be the same. So that's why TOEFL, IELTS, they keep deferring the dates. They still want to do it, but they defer the date. So another MCO extended, they still say, okay, this center is closed, that center is closed, the other center is closed. Why is it that they don't just say, okay, you can do it online, now we are prepared to test you? Because they know that the results can never be reliable and valid. We have no mechanism yet for this time around. Maybe another 10-20 years, maybe there will be another system, somebody may have come up with. But for now, we know that there's none yet. If you have something that people say that maybe reliable with all this thumbprint, whatever, but you still have that degree of not so confidence. So that's where you have to lessen the amount of marks that you rely on this online learning or online testing or online assessment. Thank you for sharing all these things. So I do have the answer. We have to sit down together and see how best to do this in the next round, so that we're not putting any student at a disadvantage due to the situation we are now. And actually, to me, this is all a blessing, because when our grandchildren go to university in 10, 20 years' time, actually, we have set the standard already. We've learned the lesson. In 20 years, I'm sure.
Correct. And then the pandemic.
We learn from now that the way forward is actually all this virtual thing. Tapi by then, our perspective of assessment has changed, our practices have changed, we have understood, because now we have to learn all these things, yeah. And then IT people are also working very, very hard to come up with some kind of technology that will ensure confidentiality and all those things. Okay? So all learning this in a fast track, simply because we have to handle this. But my take is that we have to do this together. There's no way that this an individual effort. Okay, so other issues, remote learning, remote assessment in the remote learning. Any other issues?
Prof?
Yes.
Okay, what about, I mean, like every semester, if we realize, yeah, there is one or two students who are really, I mean, like they're always like being so low ranger, they being alone, you know, and then they are left behind. That's always every semester, you know. Yeah. So that I mean, like these students actually they don't want us to help them, you know, even though that we keep calling them, we do like to assist them, we do like to guide them well, you know, but they are still like, you know, make themselves away from everyone, and it's end up they fail, you know, they end up they're not submit the assignments and everything, you know. So how do we go about this, you know, because of these 3 online semester? I would say that every semester I can have 1 or 2.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, so like I pity on them on how should we assist, on how should we go about. Prof. Thank you, Prof.
In fact, the other day I have one student that we dismissed it from the center because he cannot cope with this online thing. And,
yes.
Yeah. No, when we call him, they say that well he need to take a leave, and then after that he was dismissed from the center. So these are some of the issues.
Thank you for highlighting that, and I really appreciate it, because that's the other thing. That's the other aspect of teaching and learning that we have in the past failed to give it fair attention to, which is well-being of our students. Before this, they can always take MC for whatever reason lah. It's either physical or health reason, or sometimes it's just mental, emotional. You know, they can just get an MC. Just say they have migraine. Can get MC, can be excused. Can get MC, can not for the exam, right?
Oh, Prof, you face that problem also, Prof?
For 30 years, there's a classic.
I see.
Classic cycle of what's happening. But we have the allocation of MC. They can always get from IHWC or anywhere. But actually now we learn that this wellness is beyond, sometimes beyond control, beyond what we have neglected that, because we think that okay, tak apalah, ada MC, they can get MC, they can get seat, V-seat lah, whatever. But now actually this pandemic is teaching us that we have to give equal attention to the well-being of the student. And actually is sorry to also think about this in this way. Islam has taught us, because now is war. We are in war, we all are in war. But we're not fighting with people. We're fighting the pandemic, the virus that we cannot see. Each and every one of us is in war, because we have to protect ourselves, we have to protect our family, We are all fighting. We are all fighters. Dalam Islam dulu, in real war, remember how the Prophet, peace be upon him, prepared the people who wanted to go for war or were preparing for war was the spiritual. Never was a time that the Prophet took people to war without preparing them spiritual thing. They may have no to use the whatever weapons, but most importantly is all the spiritual preparation. So we have to also learn from this, that this is examination assessment during war. So why is it that we don't give priority to wellness? We have to give priority to wellness. So this is where actually in the third semester of RTL, Ahmad bend the rule or change the barring and what's the other one? Barring procedure, in the sense that they said, I think it was last semester they started to say,
we cannot bar the student during RTL.
Yes, because when we analyze the SFS, majority of the students are saying that, hey, hello, we are telling you that we are not stable. We're not stable. We're not stable. And then we realize, yes, a prerequisite to taking the assessment is that they have to be stable first. Apa before these people think about that? So then we are not being fair in the assessment. If they are not stable, we should not bring them to war. Right. Only those who are stable should be brought to war. But we saying that everybody, jom pergi, what? Yeah, I don't care what me. So that's the thing. So that's where advice was given, and Ahmad realized that, okay, because there are so many of our children in CFS and Bomba and Kuantan, we don't know who has problem with what. Let's just change the clause in the requirement for barring and for exam. So don't bar the students, because if we want to check who has problem with what, who has genuine problem, then we will have a long time to try to discover. We will just say, okay, give it the benefit of the doubt, because after 3 semesters and a report from KPT, report from there, all say, in fact, even the UNESCO report also say that school children and tertiary students are all not in the same state as they were before the pandemic. So how can you be treating them the same? So we must give leeway. So therefore, there was no barring. Take care of this first, how they feel. Mental stability, emotional stability, psychological stability. Barulah bawa dia. So that's how we change, and we learn this only in the third semester that we did assessment. Okay, so did I answer that?
Yes, Prof. Yes.
Yeah, Prof.
So in fact, so that's where actually also it changes our role in teaching and learning as well. So we have to put empathy a priority in our teaching and learning. Dulu, we just come to class, see who's absent, who's present, we continue teaching. Yeah? But now, if the students are missing, we have to put empathy comes first, not to check the attendance, but to find out what's the story behind the students not coming in. We have to hold that responsibility. We have to show our empathy.
Correct.
Yeah. Sebab dia ada masalah dia. There's a storybook behind every child, every student. Yeah? So and all of them has got different storybook, different storyline. So that's part of our responsibility actually, as not lecturers, as Murabbi, because we have to understand. Empathy is a prerequisite to whatever pedagogy that we want to use. Okay. All right. Okay. So with that, I think we are ready to go to the afternoon session. Yeah. Thank you. The afternoon session, we are going to do a different. Okay. Yeah. Share again. Reliability, validity, test validation. Yes. Okay, so we are going to do the last topic, which is item analysis. Now, all this morning until first half an hour, 40 minutes of the afternoon, we talk about principles of assessment. So all these must come before, a priori, before the assessment plan, in the planning stage. Yeah? So this afternoon, we are going to talk about after, what happens after the exam or after the assessment. And for item analysis, I will just focus on the traditional assessment, the pen and paper. Yeah. So these are the topics covered. Okay, so just to make sure we are all awake, 3 questions. What has to be broken before you can use it?
Promise.
Promise? Sorry?
Coconut.
What has to be broken before you can use it?
Ice.
Ice.
Break the ice.
You break the ice. Okay. Okay.
An egg.
An egg before you can. Okay, that's literal, but
Break
this
the
is
rules.
figurative. Break the rule before you can use the rule. BOG, huh? BOG. What is BOG? Bring out your gadgets. So ask Mr. Google. Going one, going twice. What has to be broken before you can use it? Anyone? Going one, going twice, going. Anyone? Found it in the internet? I think somebody.
Egg. Internet say egg.
Yeah, the internet say egg.
Sorry, this is under riddle.
Riddle.
It's not. This is not literal. This
Yeah, it's a riddle.
Okay, going one, going twice, going.
Tabung. Somebody say tabung.
Tabor. Okay, what is that in English? The
Piggy bank.
yeah.
Whatever lah.
Yeah. Okay. 2. I'm tall when I'm young. I'm short when I'm old. So what am I?
Candle.
Yes. Bravo. Did you BOG? BOG. Okay, tak apa. 3.
Yes.
What month of the year has 28 days?
February.
All 12 months.
February.
All 12 months.
What month of the day has 28 days? Again, it's not literal.
All 12 months.
All 12 months have got 28 days. 28, sometimes 29, sometimes 30, sometimes 31. But all of them has 28 days or more. Okay, all right. So that wakes us up a little bit. Okay. Now, so what I'm going to talk about this afternoon is about that traditional assessment. Okay, the pen and paper. I was inevitably for some examination. Okay. Just now there was a comment that maybe we should do without that test. We should do without traditional assessment. But then again, we know that for some subjects, particularly for sciences, I know of many sciences subjects, that we cannot do away with exams. We cannot do away with quizzes because there's just a lot of topics that we have to cover. We have to know how much they know. For example, in chemistry or in biology or even in many other sciences, there's just so many things that you want to know how much the students know. And You can't do that by just asking questions verbally to your 100 over students. So the best is still the pen and paper, okay, or the traditional assessment. So inevitably, in some discipline and in some cases, the traditional assessment still has to happen. So I think that is why they say that I have to deal with this topic. So why do we give final examinations? What do you do with final examination results? And what do you do with the questions? What do we give final exam? If this is an ordinary, not the ERL time, why is it that we have to have final examination? Why do we have to have a final examination for your course? Why don't we just say 100% continuous assessment? No need any tests. Is that possible? Is there any answer to that? Like I said just now, there are just some courses that you have to know how much they know, especially if you have terms and concepts and theories that they've learned. So you want to know whether they can apply it, or they know these concepts, and you have to ask. And they have to solve problems with all these concepts and terms. So you cannot run away from exams. So what do you do with the final exam results? After we key in, generate the, the sheet, validation sheet, validation sheet. That's it. But what about your final examination questions? What do you do with the final examination questions? What do you do with your test papers? Stack them somewhere?
We keep and we analyze the results of the students.
Okay, good. So there are two parts of the examination. One is the test paper. Okay, so if you see on the left, on the right, this will be how the test paper look like. After 5 semesters of teaching the same course, okay, so you see stacks of examination questions and examination students, students answer book there on the left. But on the right, those are the test questions. Folder 1, folder 2, all over the screen. Right? I don't know about you, but once upon a time, my screen looked like this. And then I get so overwhelmed with which file to open if I want to see 2018 final exam. Which file should I open when I want to see 2017 final exam? So I don't know where it is, all clutter. So there must be a system where you will have to keep your all test items. Okay? What do I mean by test items? Test items are test questions. Let's say 2019, you teach this one course, and then you prepare the final examination questions, and then the final examination questions for 2019, there are, let's say, 30 questions. 25 multiple choice, 10 true, false, and then short answer and long essay. In total, 30 questions. Okay? So that's where there you have one folder for 2018. Semester 2, there's another one folder. Semester 3, another folder. Semester 1, 2020, one folder. But how do you systematically keep them? If you have had 20 years of teaching, like me, your folder will look like what you see on the screen on the right. There must be a way to keep your test items, test questions, in a more systematic way. So this is what this session is about. How to systematically store your old questions, because you may want to file them for whatever reason. For one thing, you don't want to clutter. You don't want them to clutter, because after many years, you'll be like me, you have hundreds of folders on the screen. You don't want to have hundreds of folders in the screen. You want to have a system to file them. Okay? And you don't want to look like this. So what is a system that we should go for? Because we want to, one day, you may want to recycle. So just like recycling, there must be a system to put all the things that you want to recycle in a more systematic way. So if you go to a recycle center, for example, so the plastics will all be in one place, right? Papers will be in one place. I don't know, bottles will be in one place. So there is a system. Why? Because you want to use them again or want to reprocess them. It's easier to take them out. So the same concept with your old test items. There must be a system where we will file them in a systematic way, because there will be a time where you want to go back to the items because you want to recycle. Okay? Now, recycle is probably a very rare, raw, a crude way of saying things, but going back to old items is actually more, what should I say? More economical, okay? Rather than coming up with new questions altogether. So these are items. When I say test items, this is what I meant, the questions. Yeah? So you see there, same test paper, same course. On the left is 2019 semester 2, on the right is semester 1, 2020. So these are from two different sets of test paper. And these are, how do I put them together? Because maybe later in 2023, 2022, I may want to use them. But how do I know what is what? Okay. So this is what we do so that we can file them in a more systematic way so that they don't clutter like what you see on the left. Right? In such that when you file them, all items, like all these items here, you want to file them in a systematic way, like having the drawer, in which some items will go to the top drawer, some items will go to the middle drawer, some will go to the bottom, and some will go to the bottommost. So in order to do that, in order to have a system like that, we have to run some kind of analysis to the items. Okay? So that the items will have values, or the items will have information about them. Okay? What does it mean? This is the same concept like when we go to the bank, or the same concept as your money. We have 200,000 ringgit in the bank. Yeah? And then with all this pandemic and all these situations where the people are calling for help, we feel that we want to share our what we have to help the people. So let's say I have 200K in the bank. So I say, okay, I really feel that I want to donate and I want to take out 20,000. Okay, and this time my target group I want to help is the let's say IUM is doing something for our students, needy students, to prepare for next semester. Okay, so I want to take up to 20K. And because I will give to individual students, so I want to take out cash. Okay, so in the bank, that 200,000 in the bank, the 200,000 physical money in the bank, they are put in a system. They're not like on the left, all over. Yeah? So when you go to the bank, you want to ask for 20K in cash, and you say to them, okay, I have students I want to give, and I want to give them cash. And they have verified your identity, and they're very clear that you are in sound mind, you're not under influence, so they will take out your money and give to you. Before they go to the back of the counter and take out your 20K, what do you think they will ask you? What are the questions that they are going to ask you? And you say to them, okay, this is my bag. Can you put the money in this bag? Okay, so it's a briefcase you give them. But what do you think they will ask you before they take your bag to the bag and put your cash in there? What will be some of the questions, among the first questions they will ask you?
The note, how much do you need?
Yes, the notes, because money, your 200K that they are going to take out, 20K, is systematically kept in the bank in such that they go by the denomination. There's the red notes, there's the green notes, there's the blue notes, there's the purple notes, right? 100 is stacked, not together with the 10 ringgit and the 20 ringgit. So they want to know what is the denomination. So if you say, okay, 10K is 20, another 10K is 50, yeah? Then only they will know how to give you, or how they're going to give you the 20K and put in your bag. So the same thing as filing your items. There must be some values to your item so that we are able to stack your items systematically in drawers like this. Okay, just like money has got value, the denomination of 10 ringgit, 20, 50, 100. I don't know whether they have 500. I have not seen 500 for a long time. Say other, so other 500, they will stack differently. Okay? And there are values to those money. So same thing, all your items here has value. Item 66, 67 has a value, 68 has a value, 69 has a value, and then item 1 in the next paper has a value, 2 has a value, 3 has a value. So how do we come up with this value? We run the item analysis of each item so that each item will have its value. Okay? And what are the values? Okay? The values of, remember in the a priori stage, just now you said in the vetting, I asked you what is it that you have to have when we do our vetting. You said you have to have the answer key, the question, and the toss. In the toss, a table of specification, one of the information is whether the item is easy, moderate, or difficult, or easy or difficult. Right? So that is at the a priori stage, which is before the fact, at the planning stage. Now the items are already given out to the students. Okay? So that's why you have those texts just now. Some answer book, some is the question book. Okay? So you have to have both the question and the student responses in order to run your item analysis to find out which items are easy, which items are medium difficulty, and which items are difficult after the fact, post priori, after you've conducted the test. Okay? TOS is a priori. Theoretically, you think that 5 items are easy, 20 items are moderate, and another 10 items or 5 items are difficult. Yes, before the fact. Now you have conducted, 120 students have taken the test. Now we want to know, are the items that are easy are really easy? Which items are actually moderate? And which items are actually difficult? Okay, so you need to do that. You need to run that item analysis to get the index of difficulty of each item after you have conducted the test. And there are 2 ways of doing the item ranking. One is to analyze the item for item difficulty according to the traditional test theory using the traditional mathematics. Yeah? And the other one is using the modern test theory. But because of the limited time that we have, I will only just expose to you, share with you the classical or the traditional test method in calculating or in getting the index of difficulty for the items based on the CTT, the classical item difficulty method. Okay, so one value that we have to have for each item is how difficult or easy the items are, or how moderate the items are. Okay. The other value, okay, remember with our money, one characteristic of your money is the denomination. Yeah, 5 ringgit or 10 ringgit or 20 ringgit. The other characteristics of this items is that it has the color. Okay. All 20 ringgit is, I don't know what color is 20 ringgit. All 10 ringgit is red in color. No 10 ringgit is green, because green is all 5 ringgit. Okay. So items also this like that. So one is index of difficulty, the other is index of discrimination index. That is, remember just now we said about our traditional assessment or traditional test. The test should differentiate students. So that's why you have to have a bell curve. That is, we want to differentiate the good ones from the weak one. Okay. So each item will also have a value of discrimination, how well it does the job of differentiating the good students from the weak students. Okay. And good students are identified by their raw score. Okay. The highest student, the highest score is the best student. The lowest score is the weakest student. So which item discriminate between the ones at the top and the ones at the bottom the best? Okay. How good are they in discriminating these two groups of students, or the weak from the good students? So that's another index of characteristics of the item that we can have for each item. So to equate them, item difficulty and item discrimination, just like money, we differentiate money in terms of denomination and the color. For item, whether it's a subjective item or objective item, we also can differentiate them in order to shelf them based on how difficult or easy they are, and also by how well they are playing the role of discriminating or differentiating students who are good from the weak one. So I will just deal with these two this afternoon on how do we come up with index of difficulty and index of discrimination for each item. Okay? And we will do for both. Okay? Now remember, again, the reason why we want to do this is because we want to have a systematic filing or banking of your items, so that they can be placed in a systematic way. When you want to go back to those items later, you know, okay, this item I take from the difficult tray, and this item I take from the easy tray. All right. So, and in item analysis, we do this not in the planning stage, because a priori in the planning we have this, the toss. Okay, this is theoretical. There are easy items, there are mid difficulty, and there are difficult items. But in item analysis, this is post priori, after the students have taken the test. So what we need to have for the process of doing the item analysis is that we have to have in order to calculate the item difficulty of the items, we have to do some calculations. Okay, so in order to do the calculations, you have to have the students' responses. You have to have the item questions just now, as well as the students' responses. Okay, so in such that for multiple choice questions, it will look like this. Okay, this is the responses of the students for multiple choice questions. Okay, so let me ask you, if you look at this, if I say, okay, this is my data set for the 2019 semester 2 test that I did, and this test has multiple choice questions only. Let's say I want to conduct this. So let's tell me how many items do I have in this data set?
10.
10.
10.
So this data set is based on 10 items. Question number 1 into question number 30. And how many students attempted these 10 items?
30.
30.
Yes. So you have to have this data set where every student's response to the question is captured. Okay. And you see in the boxes is 10, 10, 10. What do you think 10 means?
Correct answer.
Right
correct
or
answer.
wrong? Right or wrong? Yes.
Yes. Well, most of you are already exposed to this. I think we also do this at BTMC. This is the right or wrong answer. This is dichotomous. Most oftenly, the MCQ, right or wrong MCQ, or fill in the blank, right or wrong, or true, false, right or wrong, or one answer, right or wrong. If wrong, gets 0. If correct, gets 1. Okay. To have this data set, of course, you have to either have the OMR or you have to key in. Okay. So it's so whether you key in or whether you use the OMR, that's for your department to decide. But the higher the stakes of the exam, the more you have to have an item bank, and the more you have to store your items systematically, because there's always the need to recycle. The ministry does that too. They also bank the item based on item analysis, but now they're using the model test theory. But nonetheless, this classical way of calculating is still very useful in many education settings. Okay, so now let's go for the first one. Item analysis to find out item difficulty. So each item number 1, item number 2, item number 3, each item must have an item difficulty index. Okay? To see whether it is easy or it's difficult. Okay? Remember we have the toss just now. Item number 1, we say in the toss is an easy item. Okay? But after the fact, after given to the students, does item 1 become an easy item or is it not an easy item? Okay. So we have to do some calculation. For simplistic reason, I just cut the data set to be like this. I take the 5 items only. Okay. If you eyeball this data set, which one is the easiest item?
1.
No one. Item 1.
Yes. Is it? Item 1 is the easiest? Is item 1 the easiest? Are you sure? So if item 1 is the easiest, what makes the most difficult item?
Item 5.
Item 5.
It's the most difficult? Really? Now, what made you say that item 1 is the easiest?
Only one wrong.
Student wrong.
Yeah. Only one student wrong.
Of the 10 students, exactly. Okay. Of the 10 students, only 1 got it wrong. 9 of them got it right. Right? So that must be easy. And why do you say 5 is the most difficult of the 5? Item 5
At least you get correct.
6 out of the number.
Only 4 managed to answer correctly.
Of the 10, there are only 4 of them who got it correct. The rest, I got it wrong. Okay. But why is it not item 3? Why is it not item 3 that is most difficult? Why is item 3 not the most difficult? Why has it got to be item 5? Anyone?
Because at the moment, we can see that those answered wrongly is about 6 out of 10. And the rest, item 2, only 2 cannot answer the questions. Item 3, only 3 persons couldn't answer the item. Why 4, only 4 couldn't answer correctly all items. So meaning that currently item 5 has the highest number of students who fail to manage answer correctly.
Exactly. So there you go. So what we have done is that you have done the calculation in a way of identifying which is the most difficult item, which is the easiest item. And then you are also comparing item 3 to item 5. In item 3, you say there are less students who get the answer wrong. There's only 3. In item 5, there are more students who get it wrong. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 students got it wrong as compared to item 3, only 3. So that makes item 5 more difficult. Right? So all these are calculations. So that is what item analysis for dichotomous item. Dichotomous means right or wrong. Objective questions. 1 mark for right, 0 for wrong. So that's what item difficulty is about. So in other words, so that's the first index just now. Okay? So you can find out what's the easiest and what's the most difficult. So without me telling you, you did the calculation yourself. That is, you calculated the item difficulty by the way you told me just now. You look at the number of correct responses. Right? The more the correct answer, or the more the correct responses, the
higher.
Easier or the more difficult the item is?
Easier.
The easier it becomes. Right? So mathematically, to calculate the index of difficulty of each item or facility, index of difficulty, some literature use facilities. It's the same meaning. Because difficulty has a negative connotation. So I think the Americans use facility. Okay, so item facility or item difficulty, how to calculate to get the index for each item is the total number of correct responses in the data set over the number of responses. So say just now, 90 students got it correct out of 100. So the index of difficulty for that item is 0.9. Okay, so that makes it an easy question or easy item because there are only 10 students who got it right, who got it wrong. As compared to the second item, only 30 got it right. So the index of difficulty to the second question is 30 over 100, 0.3. Obviously, 0.3 is more difficult item than the 0.9. Okay? Yeah, put together. So if I ask you, okay, what's the highest index of difficulty we can get?
1.
1.
1. Everybody got right over everybody. 200 over 200, 1. 600 over 600, 1. 21 over 21, 1. Okay. But what's
Prof,
the difference? Yes.
how about the result that we can get negative?
In item difficulty, you will never get negative.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tapi we run through the system. There is a result of negative.
Maybe there is discrimination index to the aim.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, discrimination index, usually we can get negative.
Yes.
When you run using the OMR machine, right?
Yeah, okay. That's the other index. The first one is difficulty. Difficulty, the lowest you can get is, if nobody gets correct, over
0.
Yes, 0. So in other words, it runs from 0.0 to 1.0. The higher the value, the easier or the more difficult it is?
The easier.
Easier.
Yeah, the item is. The lower the value or the lower the index, the more difficult it is. Okay, so very easy. It's easy concept because I didn't have to tell you the formula, but you did this. Okay, so the concept is the same. If you have the formula, this is how the formula works. And what is the interpretation? Whatever value or whatever index it is, the higher the ones are the easy one, the lower ones are the difficult one. Now, but of course, in reality, sometimes we deal with hundreds or thousands of data sets. So with hundreds and thousands of data sets, the second way of the CTT calculating, or the classical theory of calculating, is not taking everybody in your data set. What they do is that they only take the top and the bottom. 1/3 at the top, 1/3 at the bottom. And then take out the middle scorers. So what they do is just top scorers, responses, plus the responses in the bottom 1/3 over the total number of students in the top and bottom total together. Okay, so same concept, but at our point, because you already run this in using your OMR, so what is important is actually at our end is the interpretation. Okay, so item difficulty value can only stop at 0, and the most it can get is 1.0. Okay, so if I ask you this, which is the most difficult item? It's the same. We skip this one. Let's just do. Can you see? Can you see? Maybe, if you can see, by just eyeballing, which is the most difficult? Now I have 20 students' responses. Which one is the most difficult item?
Item 5.
Item 5 is the easiest or most difficult?
Most difficult.
Most difficult. Okay, let's see. Yes, item 5 is the most difficult because the value is the lowest. Okay, the index of difficulty of item 5 is 0.35 as compared to the other 0.4, 0.85, 0.5, 0.7, 0.75. Okay, so if I have to bank this item, so I will put item number 5 in the drawer that is the most difficult, in the most difficult or the difficult stack. Okay. In contrast, sorry. Oh. Sorry. I always do this. Sorry.
Prof. Ainol, may I ask you something?
Yeah, sure.
About the item that you have shown. Is it applicable for the essay questions?
Yeah, okay. Good question. I will deal with the essay question after this. Concept is the same, but calculation is a bit different. In other words, answer to your question, essay questions can also have its index of difficulty, whether it's moderate difficulty or easy or difficult items. Okay? Concept is the same, but the calculation is a bit different because it's not 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0. Okay? So if I want to file this systematically, so question number 2 will be put in the stack of the easy items. Question number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Question number 5 will be put in the difficult stack. Okay. So let me ask you this. I have 6 questions from my previous questions. Yeah. I want to put it in the bank. Well, how do I? So these are the difficulty indices after calculating them. Which item is the most difficult? Which item is easy? And which item should I consider as moderate? How do I file them? They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the test paper. But when I want to file, it's no longer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 is at the top, 2 at the after 1, 3, after 2. It's no longer like that. So I will file it according to the index of difficulty. So which one will go at the bottom? At the bottom is the lower number, which is the difficult item. So which one is most difficult?
Prof, just want to ask you, is there any school of thoughts in terms of classifying all the indexes into certain category? Because I might learn the different things before this. I mean, what I learned is that if those less than 0.29 or less than 0.3, it falls under difficult. Then for those belongs to 0.30 to 0.69, it belongs to moderate difficult.
Okay,
That moderate difficulty.
Okay, I appreciate the question very much.
Because I'm scared there is a different school of thought. So what I've learned, those more than 0.7 until 1 is easy.
Okay, now that is referring to guide for item discrimination. Yeah, we have not gone to item discrimination. We are still at item difficulty. You are right to ask that how do we stack them? How do you stack them into category? This is how we stack them. The ones that are difficult, the ones that are easy, and the ones that are moderate. Okay, so what's difficult? What's easy? What's the range of moderate? For achievement, yeah? Which our exam questions, our exams, our midterm or our final exam, these are achievement tests. Yeah? For achievement tests, this is how we separate or differentiate the difficulty of the items into the category. The one that is below 0.3 normally are the ones that we categorize as difficult. The ones that's between 0.3 to 0.7, we categorize them as moderate. And anything beyond 0.7, we say that they are easy. Okay, so did I answer that?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so we stack them according to 3 categories. Easy at the top. So now we have shelves, right? So top shelves are the easy, the ones that are above 0.7 in terms of their indices of difficulty. Moderate is between 0.3 to 0.7. And then difficult are anything below 0.3. Okay. And that's one in achievement test, that's why they say your bell shape distribution of items. You should have most items should be in the middle. This is the moderate difficulty because most students are there. Okay, so based on that, so how do you categorize that? How many, let's say, you want to put them into 3 shelves? How many easy questions do I have? From this?
One.
Only one, which is item?
Two items. Number 1 and 4.
4 are easy. Yeah, so those are the easy. And then the moderate, I only have 2 because the rest are all difficult because the indices is they are below 0.3. Okay, so are you all with me?
Yes, Prof.
Yes, Prof.
So the original filing is question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just like it happens in the final in the test paper. But when after you have conducted the item analysis, now the arrangement is different because I have 2 in the easy stack. I have only 1 as moderate. The rest are all difficult questions. So next time I want to use it, I want to have 1 difficult question. Oops, I have 3. So I have 3 choices, question 3, question 5, or question 6. Yeah, but then I will go back to follow the toss. Which one should I go for? Since I have 3 questions that are difficult, okay, I want on this topic. Do I have, let's say, what topic? Topic J. Okay, so do I have topic J in the difficult category? So if question number 5 there is on topic J, so I can take out J. I can take out 5 because it is a difficult item. The index is 0.24. And according to the table of spec, I have to ask one difficult question on topic J. So I have one possible question from my previous paper. Okay? Got it?
Assalamualaikum, Prof. May I ask a question?
Yes.
I think from the previous slide, you show us the easy category is until 0.8, is it? Or is 0.7 also included under the easy category?
Easy. Yeah, table and a few other educational assessment books, and also the ministry cut-off point is 0.7, above 0.7. Sometimes if they want to be stricter, they make it higher, but it's between 0.7 to 0.8. The same with difficult items, sometimes 0.3, sometimes lesser than 0.3. It runs up to sometimes 0.35.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay. So there you go, that you have now, or you can now differentiate, or you can now you can now bank your item in a systematic way by calculating the item difficulty indices of the items. So when you put them in the file, they are categorized into items based on their difficulty indices. Okay. Okay. All right. So this calculation is meant for the dichotomous items, objective. Right 1, wrong 0. Right. But of course, just now you asked, can we calculate also for the constructed response? Short answer based on 3 marks, 5 marks, long answer 10 marks, essay 20 marks, 15 marks. Okay. Can we have item difficulty index for these kind of items as well? Of course, yes. You can also calculate the item difficulty for constructed response involving short answer, long answer, or even essay. Okay, concept is the same, and the formula is similar, except for it is not 0, 1, 0, 1. It is 0 if altogether they don't answer the question, or they don't answer the question correctly. But it's no longer 1, it is to the maximum marks for each question. So let's say the short answer is 5 marks. So 0 to 5. Okay. Long essay, 15 marks. So 0 to 15. Okay. So the total marks for each item may vary according to what you give in the exam. Right? But the calculation is still the same. Okay. But for simplistic reason, I will again show you example based on the second formula just now. Second formula is I just take the top 3 and the bottom 3. Sorry, top 1/3 and bottom 1/3. Okay. Let's say my data set is a lot, 100 something. So top 1/3 is, let's say, 35 students. Bottom 1/3, 35 students. The top and bottom number of students must be the same. Okay. If you have point something something, make it round number, 34, 34, or 37, 37, or 47, 47. As long as they are top 1/3, bottom 1/3. How do you know whether they are top or bottom? Based on the total score that they get. Okay. So let's do this together. So this is a constructed response. Yeah. This item is an essay question. The total marks is 20.
Bro?
Sorry?
The cut point is the average here?
Sorry, yes?
The cut point here is the average?
Cut point to cut, no, not average. You take top 1/3 and the bottom 1/3. The top 1/3 in terms of the score. So you must arrange the students according to the total score. Okay. And then you cut the students into 3 sections. Only take the 1/3 student score, and then the bottom 1/3 of the students in the data set. Then we will calculate the item difficulty for the essay question. So for this essay question, the total marks is 20. Okay. Now, the top scorer who got 20 over, who got, let's say it is out of 100. So this guy got 95 over 100. Okay. So that's why he's a top scorer. Okay. But for this essay, even though he got 95, for this essay, he only got 18. Okay. And then the person second of the top, okay, he got 20 full marks for this essay. 15 for the third student out of 20. First, student number 4 got 15, and so on and so on. And this, so this is a top scorer. Top scorer, the 1/3 top scorers. What they got in the 20-point essay. Okay. Then we have the other data set of the bottom scorer. Remember I told you, when you cut the students' data set into 3, the top scorers amount of students and the bottom scorers amount of students must be the same. So if you have 5 as top, 5 bottom. 34 at the top, 34 bottom. Okay. So the score of the students for that essay in the top scorer, and then you have, because there are 5 students in the top group, I must have 5 students in the bottom group. Okay. So in this bottom group, the student in the bottom group, the first one got 9 out of 20, the second student got 8 out of 20, third student 9, okay? So I use the same formula, which is the formula is, what's the total marks of the top scorer, okay, for that question? Out of 20, this group of students only score 80, right? So the total marks for the top scorer plus the total marks of the bottom scorer. So bottom scorer, what they got is 43 only, right? So 43, okay, over the number of students in both groups. So the number of, the total marks possible scored by the top group plus possible marks scored by the bottom group. How do I get 100 and 100? Okay. If everybody here in the top group got 20, the total would have been 100. And if everybody here in the bottom group, where's my cursor? Bottom group got full marks 20, the students as a group would have also gotten 100. How do I get 100? 20 plus 20 plus 20 plus 20 plus 20, so 100. But as a group, they only got 43. Okay, total top plus total score at the bottom over total possible score top group plus total possible score of the bottom group. Okay. So 80 plus 43, 80 total score of top plus 43 total score of bottom over 200, because 100 plus 100 is 200, is 0.615, is 0.615. So the index of difficulty of this essay question is 0.6. Normally index of difficulty, we just go by 2 decimal points, so 0.62. Okay, same interpretation, only 3 possible category. Is it easy, moderate, or difficult? Because it's 0.6, so is it in the middle? So this essay question, even though it's 20 marks, yeah, but it is actually just a moderate difficulty essay question. Okay. Now, question?
Prof, Just want to ask you, okay, let's say let's say number of student is large, about 100, 200. So we just pick about top 5 or top 5 and bottom 5, or
top one,
other
top 1/3 and bottom 1/3.
oh, top 1/3 and bottom 1/3.
For simplistic reasons, so that you can see in one screen, I just take 5 and 5. So if you have 100, so make it 34, 34, or 33, 33. Yeah. So did I answer that?
Yeah.
Welcome, Prof. May I ask?
Yeah, sure.
Prof, let's say that for the essay question, it is not compulsory for the student to choose that question. For example, choose 4 out of 5. So is it still reliable, the value?
Okay, good. Very good question. Okay. Sometimes we give choices to essays. No? So this is where item analysis will tell you whether the difficulty of the items are similar. You have question 1 answered by some, because you give choice. Out of 5 essay, choose 2. Right? So some go for question 1, some go for question 2, some go for question 3, question 4, some go for question 5. So that is where in assessment, if you give choices to essays, we have to make sure that all the 5 choices are of equal difficulty, about the equal difficulty value. In terms of difficulty, they should be the same. Otherwise, go back to the principle just now, it's not fair. Okay? So at the a priori stage, we think that give all the 5 questions because they are similar difficulty. But after the fact, you can calculate the item difficulty based on the students' responses of all these items and see sebenarnya in reality after conducting the exam, some do 1, some do 2, some do 3, some do 4, some do 5. Calculate the item difficulty and see if they are of the same range or if one is in difficult, a few others are in moderate. Okay? They may not have the item difficulty index the same, fine, but do they fall in the same category in the 3 steps just now? Difficult, moderate, and easy. Okay, did I answer that?
Yes, Prof. You answer it, but may I ask, like, for example, when we do the essay, we already in the TOS, we already say, okay, this question 1 is easy, question 2 moderate, question 3 high, for example, difficult, but the student still can choose out of the 5. How about this?
So that is where, after the fact, after you have run the test, you have to run the item analysis and see for next semester, can I do this or not? Okay, so you run the item analysis and see if your questions, all your 5 questions too, whether they fall in the same step or not.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. This is Lily. I just wondering, is it possible for the question to be, for example, moderate in this semester and then difficult in another semester because of the different responses received? Thank you.
Okay, very good question, and it's timely to answer that also, to address that. Now, remember just now I said there are 2 ways of calculating item difficulty. One is a classical way, which is what I have gone through with you. The other one is a modern, using the modern test theory and a more robust statistics. Yeah, this calculation is sample dependent. If you have very good students, the value may be different from if for one semester you have very weak students. Say for example, in two semesters, you will get the cohort. After 3 or 4 RTL, they're not so good. So they come to your class, and then you give them assessment and say, okay, I give the same questions, but how come all the questions seem to be very difficult for this cohort of students? So maybe it is, after I calculate the item in the difficulty indices, the same question that I gave 3 years ago seem to be now very difficult for this group of students. Yeah. So the calculation using the CTT or classical test theory here is sample dependent. So that's the limitation. But notwithstanding that, it has been used in many situations, including by the Ministry of Education in calculating item difficulty. Because normally cohorts of students is quite stable. For example, after SPM, after many years SPM, syllabus sama, background student sama. So even if you calculate item difficulty according to a sample dependent statistics, you won't lari so much. Yeah, but if you have situations where you have to be more precise, you probably want to go for the modern test theory using the rush model analysis. And I know in some Kulliyyahs, so in Kuantan campus, you have run item analysis using the rush model analysis. But it's beyond the scope of this training to do rush analysis because it will require you to do hands-on. And CPD has conducted a rush analysis training before. And if you think that you want to go for that, I think CPD can plan for it. So did I answer that question, Dr. Lily?
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So going back to the item analysis constructed, yes?
Okay, first question, is there any minimum sample size to get reliable result on this analysis? That's number one. Okay, number two, for essay question, do all the questions need to be on the same weightage for the marks, or can they have different marks allocation across different question? And question number three, for example, for accounting questions like preparing financial statement, there would be like many elements like sub question in one question. Yes. Do we treat the question individually? Like let's say there are 10 requirement, 10 sub question to be done. Do we treat them as individual question or entirely just one question, one big question for the financial statement question?
Yes.
That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate those questions as well. Number of questions. What's the minimum for calculating item difficulty, whether it is the multiple choice, the objective or the subjective question, like essay and objective questions? Is there a minimal number of students responses? Doesn't matter because it depends on the number of class you can, the amount number of students you have in your class. Even if I have 30, so okay, I calculate the item difficulty based on 30. If I have 21 or 20, I can still calculate based on 20 responses. It doesn't matter. But like I said, it is sample dependent. And then the marks, can they vary? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so that's why item analysis is conducted for each item. Essay number 1, 5 marks. Short answer number 1, first subjective question, 5 marks. Second subjective question, 10 marks. Third subjective question, 15. Fourth question, another 10 marks. So they vary in terms of the total marks, but it's okay because we calculate them separately. So the difficulty of question 1 is what? The subjective one, yeah. Question number 2, the 15 marks, what's the difficulty? The one with 10 marks, what's the difficulty index? And then question 15 marks too, what is the difficulty index? And the last one, which I also appreciate, we have subsections indeed. For a subjective section of your test, we have question number 3, 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, right? But in designing the test, question 3 is on one topic, except for 3A is subtopic, sub-skill under topic 3, and then B is the same topic but it's a subtopic. Question C, 3C is another subtopic of the same major topic. Now, normally we will calculate the item difficulty of question 3, even though 3 has A, B, and C as a total. Yeah, but because say for example 3A is 5 marks, 3B is 10 marks, and then 3A5, 3B5, 3C10, 5, 5, 10, 20. So what I will do is that I will calculate question 3 as a whole. But there may be time that you want to check whether A and B, 3A and 3B, because they have 5 marks and 5 marks, are they similar in difficulty or not? Because I give 5 marks for A and I give 5 marks for B, but they are same question, question 3. Okay? So maybe for that reason, I want to separate my item analysis based on 3A and 3B. Did I answer that? Normally,
yes, thank you, Prof.
I calculate all together, but for some reason, if I want to see the difference between 3A and 3B, because they are given the same marks, 5 marks and 5 marks, I may want to calculate a different item indices for 3A and 3B. Okay, so you will get the values for your subjective questions as well. And the way we interpret is also the same. Okay, that is whether the question is easy, difficult, or whether the level of difficulty is moderate. Okay, so we save time. So again, so I do the calculation, same thing. Total marks for the 6 top students, total marks for the 6 bottom, over the number of marks possible for the top, number of marks possible in the bottom. So then it will be 0.567. So 0.57 is in the middle. So I will put this question in the middle shelf, which is the moderate item. Okay. Now, so then you will, if we have done this, I will skip all this. So you have done this, so you already have the value, the first value of your items in order to systematically put your items in the different shelves. Easy, moderate, or difficult post priori after you have conducted the test. Okay, so just like what I said earlier, money that are kept in the bank, they are not just stacked according to the denomination, 5 ringgit, 6 ringgit, but there's another value or there's another characteristics of the money, which is the color. Okay, so the same thing, your item also must have another characteristics, which is the item discrimination index. Okay, so what is item discrimination? Remember just now from the principle of testing, the reason why we test is that we want to give marks. Why is it that we want to give marks? Why not give marks the same for everybody? No, they're not the same. We want to give marks to those who are really good because we want to differentiate them. We want to differentiate them. Those who are really good from those who are not so good, those who are very, very weak, and for those who are good but not weak. Yeah? So there are different categories of students we have to identify. So therefore, your questions must play that role. Your question must be able to discriminate. The term is pretty negative, but the idea is that, the concept is that each item must distinguish, be able to distinguish the ones who are poor from the ones who are good. Okay? How do they play the role? How do you know whether they are playing the role or not in discriminating or differentiating students? Unless you run the discrimination indices or discrimination analysis, you don't know, right? So just like money, we have to have colors to differentiate on top of the denomination. For item, on top of item difficulty, we also have to have the item discrimination index for each item. Okay? And the meaning of item discrimination index is to tell us how good each item is in differentiating students who are good from the ones who are weak. Right? So therefore, the same thing, we have to do some calculation. Right? So this
Prof.
Yes,
So can I ask one question? Recently we calculate the discrimination and also the difficulty index of our items, our questions in our question bank.
Yes.
And it seems like most of the, I would say 90% of the questions fall under the category either non-discriminating or not difficult.
Okay, non-discriminating value of less than, what's the value? Less than?
Most of them is actually less than, there are questions that less than 0.2, 0.4. They are, I mean, most of them actually almost 90% is actually not discriminating at all. It's very low.
Okay.
And difficulty, it varies. Some questions are quite difficult, but I mean not so many difficult items. So what is the strategy? Shall we remove all of that, or we change the wording, and then we re-attempt the questions, and then we re-evaluate again?
Okay. All right. Very good. So if you, that means you are using the classical method, yeah. So you're using the item analysis based on this.
No, I'm using the RASH like the similar to RASH module.
Okay. So with RASH is these different guidelines to decide whether they are discriminating or not discriminating, or whether they are good or not. Okay. That has to have a different session altogether. But whether
I'm using the classical, so I'm using the classical method.
Oh, you use the classical. Okay, classical. This is where you have to go back to the guidelines, because unlike unlike difficulty index, we have 3 stacks. For discrimination, there are 4 categories of items based on the indices, which I will go through later. And whether or not you want to eliminate the items or whether you want to change them, that's where these statistics only flag something that is good or not good. But what you do with that information has to go to a different stage, which is the qualitative. You must look at the item again, tengok soalan tu, and see, okay, where is the fault? Where could be the fault? Why, for example, the discrimination is negative, or the discrimination is very low. You meant it to be a moderate item, but the discrimination is very low. So what is the possibility? So you have to look at the questions again before you make that decision about taking the items out or not, or putting it in the main test later. Okay? But it's good that to know that some of it. Which Kulliyyah are you from, brother?
From Com. Com content.
Okay. Yes, I know that Com is doing a lot of item analysis because we do a lot of item banking. Okay? So with item discrimination, the formula is a little bit different. If you do it manually, of course, now everything is run by the computer. Excel will do it very quickly, and then SAS will also do it very quickly. You don't need to calculate. But I will just show you the concept so you understand how it's being done. More importantly is the interpretation. So what they do with item discrimination is that, again, I cut my data set into 3, top scorer and the bottom scorer. Top scorer, let's say I take 10 top scorer, 10 bottom scorer, and it's 10 is a 1/3 top, and then another 10 is a 1/3 top bottom. Okay, and then I will do the calculation, which is the correct responses at the top minus the correct responses at the bottom of the bottom group over the subtotal for each group. Okay, so top, how many people got right, minus how many people got right in the bottom group, over, let's say, top and bottom has got 15 students each. So in each subgroup, there is 15 students. So over 15. Okay. So for simplistic reason, again, let's just have a look at this using that formula just now. Okay. So let me just give you just 1 minute. As now the formula is the total number of students. There are 2 questions, yeah? Question A and question B. We want to calculate the discrimination index of item A and item B. So using the formula for item A, how many correct responses in the top scoring? Okay, so top scoring is at the top there, color blue. Okay, so 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, meaning correct. So 5 students in the top group minus how many students in the bottom group got it right? Okay, so bottom group is the red, people in red, yeah. So in the bottom group, only 1 student got it right. Okay, so top group total correct minus bottom group total correct over total number of subgroup. Don't plus the 2. Each subgroup has 5 students, right? So over 5. So 4 over 5 is equivalent to, so the index is 0.88. Yes, the discrimination index for item A is 0.8. Now let me give you 1 minute to look at, salah, item B. Okay, let me give you 1 minute to look at item B. And using the same formula is given to you, and the answer is also given to you. But I want you to tell me, how is it, and why is it, for item B, I get a negative? Is that correct? That means I can get a negative. Why does item B have a negative index of discrimination?
Sorry Prof, in the first place nak tanya macam mana you've got the 5 minus 1 over 5 and then how you've got the item B 2 minus 3 based on this table.
Formula is number of correct responses in the top group. Okay, so if you look at item A, sorry. So 1 means correct, right? So of the 5 students, all 5 got correct. So that's how I got 5. Okay. Minus number of correct responses in the bottom group. The bottom group is the one in red.
I see, okay.
Alright. So the ones in red only has 1 student who got it right.
Alright, okay.
Right? So that's how I got 5 over 5 minus 1. But it's over 5 because the formula says over total number in subgroup.
Understood.
Yeah. So that's why I mentioned earlier. So make sure your subgroup number is the same. Okay. So if you have odd number, just make it to round number, which will make the top and the bottom total the same. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So how do I get item B a negative? How is it possible? Is it a correct thingy?
Yes, because 2 minus 3. 2 is those in top 1/3. The 3 belongs to the bottom 1/3. That's the reason you got -1.
Yes. Yeah. So negative is possible for discrimination. Remember just now, difficulty will never go beyond or below 0 because if everybody got wrong, will be 0. So 0 over whatever is still 0. Cannot be negative. But in discrimination, there is a possibility to get negative. Where in the situation do we get negative? It is because how do we get negative here?
When certain question is actually difficult but can be answered for those students from the bottom group, which might be due to guessing.
Okay, good. So you've gone one step ahead. But by this data set, we get a negative because there are more of the bottom group, the people who are weak. There are more of them who get the answer correct. 3 of them got the answer correct. But in the bottom group, who are the top scorers, the top 1/3 people, they have less people who answer the question correct. So that's how you got negative. So negative normally, most oftenly means that is, the ones who are weak have more students who got it right. But the ones who are good, top scorers, more of them got the answer wrong. Okay? So that's where we get negative. But in assessment, in your design, when you do your toss, is that what you want to see? Is that what you want to see? Is that how you design? Is that how the spirit when we design our question. When we want to have a difficult question, or want to have an easy question, or want to have a moderate question, then we want to have more of the weak students who get correct. It is not
reliable.
It's not that spirit, right? Because it should be that it's more of the good students who get the answer correct. Yeah. So in other words, negative values of discrimination is not favorable, because it means, from what we see now, it means that the ones who are weak, tak datang kelas, don't understand, cannot answer most of the question before this, but for this question, they are the ones who answer more. Okay. So what are possible reasons? Yes, you gave me a very possible reason just now, guessing. These are one of the things that have been found. So that's why we have to go qualitative. Why is this negative? If I want to recycle this item, yeah, I want to take this item for future, but it's negative. So what's the possible reason? So go back to the question, go back to the students' responses. Kenapa? Why is it that the good students have less to get the answer correct? One is guessing. Another one that I normally, when I do qualitative analysis of these negative items, many times actually we found that if it is a multiple choice, there are two possible answers. A also can be the answer. Answer key says D. But A is not totally wrong. Okay? Cannot say A is wrong. So the good students are divided. Because if they are good, they will probably see, some of them will probably see A is correct. And some of them go for D, because answer key says D and they know D is right. So when they are divided, that's when, but when we mark, we don't give A dapat 1 marker, D also dapat 1 marker, because we follow the answer scheme. Answer scheme says only D is the correct answer. So we only give 1 mark to those who answer D. So therefore, sometimes some of the good students are distracted or going for possible answers. Those are another reason. Okay? So guessing is one, two possible answers is one, vague question is another. When you have vague questions, weak students sometimes just guess and then get the answer. But good students, they will think. And think. So the good, really good ones will possibly get the answer. But overthinking students answer it wrongly. So that's why when you talk about quality items, that vetting is a very important session before the assessment, because we want to identify all these possible issues before the item is conducted to the students. Okay, all right. Okay, so so values for item discrimination, unlike in item difficulty, they can go until negative 1.0. Okay, and the in most exam situations, even the Ministry of Education, they use the ABLE 1972 range. Yeah. So what is good in discriminating? What items are good in discrimination? What is so Ministry of Education use 0.3 and above are good. Sorry, 0.39. Right? And 0.3 to 0.39 is the one that is okay, but if you want to take it, maybe you have to look at it again in case you want to change things. But anything below 0.29 is marginal. Ministry of Education has sometimes they have used items in this category, but they will have to qualitatively look at the items and what to change or how to change things, because the topic is a very important topic. They still want to keep it. But negatives and the one below 0.9, again, I have seen some situation where 0.19 is still recycled or still being reused, but they will have to be revised. Okay? But definitely negative items must be cautiously must be treated cautiously if we want to use it for future. Okay, all right. So, any question before I give you question? So I think that's to wrap up. Unless you have questions in the chat. Question in the chat. So therefore, so now, okay, so each item, once you have run the item analysis based on item difficulty and item discrimination, so you can stack the items. Okay? So you have the filing just now. Okay? The filing will be more systematic, not just file in any way, because you can have the items file based on item difficulty. So where is it just now? Yeah. So you have the stacking of the items. What are items that are easy? Which one are difficult? Which one are moderate? And then what are the items that are really discriminating that I can recycle? What are the ones that if I want to recycle? So they have two values. Yeah, value of item difficulty, value of item discrimination. When you want to recycle, we have to look at both. We have to look at the two together, the difficulty value and the item discrimination value, to make a well-informed decision about whether to recycle or not to recycle. Okay? And with these two values, you can file them better, number one. Number two, when you want to recycle, you have better information to make a informed decision about those items before you want to use it again. Okay, so I think yeah, I think I will stop here to ask questions if you have questions.
Prof?
Yes.
We have two questions from YouTube.
All right.
Okay, one from Dr. Noraza Muhammad Yusuf. Prof, I know, do we follow the same steps or strategies of setting up final exam for placement or diagnostic test?
Yes. The higher the stakes is the test is, especially placement, or even diagnostic, for example, diagnostic, say you want to identify students who go for remedial or don't need remedial. Okay? The more you have to have the value of the items, and you have to run the item analysis, because you want to know, for example, for cohort 2019, the questions to distribution, is it the same in terms of difficulty, yeah, as compared to the 2020 paper? Because after running the item analysis, you may find out, oh, oops, okay, actually the 2020 paper has more easy items as compared to the difficult, to the 2019 paper. Because cost is a priori, before the fact, very theoretical. After the fact, after you run an analysis, you find that, oh, many of the questions in the 2020 actually are more difficult than the 2019. Okay? So yes, the higher the stakes, the more responsibility, you must do item analysis, and you must publish your information about the quality, the distribution of your items, particularly in terms of difficulty. Otherwise, we're not being fair. Go back just now to being fair. So that's where just now, early in the morning, we said, not fair lah. Now they maybe have easy questions in the SPM. That's why all of them are doing well. Because rightfully, they've gone to school only for a few months. If it is the same level of difficulty as 2019, surely those students don't do as well. So we are saying maybe the questions are easy this time, just to make sure that, people don't jump or parents don't get upset. But if they run item analysis, then they can say, okay, we've done the item analysis, we've done the based on the modern test theory, we've done equating. The indices tell us that they are of the same level of difficulty. Voila, no question about difficulty differences and difficulty. Okay, so that's question number one. Question number two.
Question number two from Dr. Habibah Yusuf. Salam. How long period after the questions that have been tested could be used again for another batch of students?
I don't know the answer. I suppose go by the principle. If the curriculum is the same, the topics, that means the topics have been the same, you can use. But if you have done academic review and some topics have changed, some topics have moved to some second year instead of first years, then you may not want to recycle that item because it doesn't belong to the course anymore. So I don't have the answer, but you have to see what stays the same. Okay? If things have changed in terms of the learning outcome and the topics covered, then you should not recycle. Remember just now, validity, measure what you're supposed to measure. Okay? In 2017, you have those items, but in 2021, after the academic review, some of the topics are not there anymore. But if you recycle the 2017 question, then the question is not valid anymore. Even though I run item analysis, it doesn't make sense because it's not valid. It doesn't measure what you're supposed to measure. You're supposed to measure content that is being taught for that semester. Okay? Question 3.
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Salam.
May I know, is it for discriminative index, for essay also the same? Just now discriminative. Just now earlier you Prof already mentioned about the difficulty index for essay, but for discriminative for essay.
Yes, actually, concept is the same, but the calculation will be based on the score rate.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
You're welcome. So in other words, yes, discrimination indices index for each item, whether objective or subjective, can be calculated. Concept is the same, but it's just that the calculation will not be based on 1010. It's going to be based on the maximum marks for that item. Okay. That's third question. Fourth question, sorry.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. Putri.
Yes.
Prof, how regular should item analysis need to be done? Is there any specific period?
Okay. If you are running just for your course, it really depends on you. If you want to bank your items, okay? So the same concept as putting the money in the bank, you must have values to your question. If you want to just file 2019 paper, file 2020 paper, file 2021 paper, that is okay. But if you want to bank, the requirement for item banking is that each item must have the values. What are the values? Difficulty value, discrimination value, and perhaps for multiple choice, you also have the information about how well the options function. So you may have to run the structured analysis as well. Okay. And how often do you do it? If it is just an achievement test, classroom based, depends on the teacher. Okay. I know, for example, we did some training in Kuwait before, and this is just for primary school, elementary. For their final examination, each teacher had to conduct the item analysis of their final exam questions. So all final exam teachers, after marking, after giving the marks to the students, in their report of this at the end of the year, they have to run the item analysis of their final exam. So it depends. And I asked them because I saw those people, every teacher key in the Excel and then generate and then do the interpretation. And I asked them, why is it that they have to do it? It takes a lot of time. They said, no, this is a common practice because for them, transparency and fairness is very important for high stakes exam. And final exam is a high stakes because it determines the grade of the student before they go to the next grade. They may change class, they may have to do remedial, major repercussion, major impact on the students when they go to the next level. So to them, even if it is final exam, every final exam has to go on. Item analysis has to be run for the final exam questions. Okay, but for us at individual level, it's up to us. Sometimes if you feel that there is a possibility of recycling and you have the time or you have the technology to do because you have OMR and all those things, or you have RA to key in for you, you may want to do it. Yeah? But the higher the stakes, the more you have to do item analysis. For example, EPT and APT, EPT particularly, I know that for every administration of every EPT, item analysis is conducted and are reported to show that items for this cohort, the same level of difficulty as the third cohort and the fourth cohort in subsequent administration. You have to prove that because of the high stakes of the exam. Okay, so I hope I have answered that.
Yes, okay, thank you, Prof.
Ministry also the same. Lembaga, all items before they become the SPM paper have gone through item analysis in the pilot. Semua item tu sudah di pilot, but they don't go to the same school. 300 items, 10 goes to Kedah, another 10 go to Kedah also by different part of Kedah, 20 items go to Perak, 20 items go to Pahang, 20 items go to Johor, in total 200 items or 300 items, run the item analysis, pick out of the 300 only 30 questions to become the the main or the real SPM question. Okay, right. So no more question. So any more dying question? So if not, if you have later questions, or if your department or your Kulliyyah is interested to do this, because you feel that you have to be accountable, you want to make sure the items are stable across the administration, you want to know, you want to bank items. CPD runs this trainings before for the classical method as well as using the RAS method as model. So if you're interested, I think you can contact CPD for the training at your Kulliyyah or departmental level. But today is just to expose you of this what they are and how important it is, and also the interpretation. How do you interpret item analysis for informed decision that you want to make about items when you bank them. Okay. So to end, I just want to ask you these 3 questions. Okay, I think you have seen this in the last 5 minutes on the screen. I'm sure you have the answers. So what's the answer to question number 1? What question can you never answer yes to? What question can you never answer yes to?
Are you sleeping?
Yes. Are you still awake in my class? Nobody will say yes. Everybody will say yes. No, right? Nobody will say yes to that question, even though you know that some people are dozing off the class. Yeah. Did you be OG? Did you bring out your gadget to get the answer? But yes, that's the answer. This is very American. And number 2, it's always in front of you, but you can't be seen. Actually, I forgotten the answer. What's always in front of you, but can't be seen? Oh yeah, I remember the answer now. What's in front of you, but you can't see?
Time.
time or your future. Your future is always in front of you, but you don't know what's coming in the future. I see it. Okay, 3. Everybody should get this correct. Easiest question.
There's no test.
Yeah, the
First one
index
one
of
story.
difficulty should be 1.0. Index of difficulty should be 1.0. There are 68 of you. Everybody should get 1. What's the answer again? There's a one-story house in which everything is yellow. Yellow walls, yellow doors, yellow furniture. But what color are the stairs? Answer?
No stairs.
No stairs.
Exactly. How can there be stairs when it's a one-story building? Okay, good. So we have found one very easy question in the quizzes because most of you should get it correct because it also shows that all of you are awake. Yeah? So I think this is where I end. As much as I want to do a little bit more, but I think we have to end here because of the time. So again, I would like to thank CPD for the opportunity to share. I will also like to thank you. All of you have been very, very participative. I really enjoyed the session, even though it's one full day. But on my part, everything that is good from this one day session is all from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, and all the weaknesses are mine, and I take responsibility and I seek forgiveness for any shortcomings. With that, thank you again. Assalamualaikum. You have my email address, so if there is anything, you're welcome to just email me to discuss or to sit down and look into some issues at your departmental or kuliah level. Okay, so thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Salam.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you very much, Prof.
The knowledge and everything.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you.
I hope you have found this training informative and useful. In our